never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Over the midnight hour, and we're into a Friday in the Eastern Time Zone. So we'll close out another work week. Get ready for the weekend. What's on tap? I know Kyle's headed down to North Carolina racing action. I think it's Roxborough Motorsports Park. More on that coming up here. Meanwhile, the moon shining bright again. Still looks mighty full. One night after the full moon, though. The thunder moon. So what's going on? It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. 72 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. As the heat continues in Texas. Yeah, after 3 consecutive days of nearly having issues with the power grid, what have we been talking about night after night? What do people with electric cars do when they're asking you to conserve energy? I've got the report. I shared that this past day. I said, here it is. Tesla had actually sent out anyone that owned a Tesla. They got this message displayed on their screen to please do not charge your vehicle during the peak usage hours, like between 2 and 8 p.m. Oh, boy. Just charge it overnight. Yeah, you're out of luck. This past day, they were in the middle of a segment on how the extreme record-breaking heat across Texas could cause rolling blackouts in the Houston area. One television meteorologist found himself right in the middle of the story. KTRK's Travis Herzog was explaining how heat over major population centers like the Houston area and surrounding areas could cause rolling blackouts. Moments later, the lights went out. The station itself lost power due to the heat. One of our engineers informs me we went off the grid a little after 3 p.m., Herzog says. The studio lights are not on a dedicated backup power source, so they went off as we switched generator power. Despite the power being knocked out, he continued reporting, informing viewers about the intense heat. About 2 hours later, power was restored to the station during the middle of Herzog's forecast, causing the lights to turn back on again as the station had switched from generator power to being back on the actual power grid. Now, he said, I learned last time this happened that I'm still on live television. So here's the forecast. Let there be light. Most of Texas relies on ERCOT, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, to supply homes and businesses with power. About 90% of Texas, more than 25 million people, get their power from that source. Now, they've struggled to keep the lights on during the intense heat. And, of course, we saw the intense cold back in the winter of 21 that led ultimately to 246 dead. Yeah, major blackouts have not occurred during the heat wave, the latest heat wave. But ERCOT continues to push alerts to the residents via phone. They did it on Monday. They did it on Wednesday. Yeah, the heat wave that settled on Texas and much of the central states, obviously driving increased electric demand. While solar power is generally at full generation capacity, they've had issues with some of the wind, especially earlier this week, Monday. The wind generation was less than 10% of its potential. But in Houston, temperatures above 100 degrees Monday, Tuesday. Temperatures in College Station, about 100 miles northwest, climbed to an extraordinary 109 degrees on Tuesday. In the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, in the throes of an extended dry spell and extreme heat, Yeah, they have had at least 40 days without any measurable rainfall there. Very dry. Temperatures have risen to above 100 degrees in Dallas for 11 consecutive days. Now, temperatures stopping short of that mark this past day, Thursday. Now, AccuWeather right now forecasting there is no real lasting relief in the heat. Highs above 100 degrees are forecast through the first week in August, as a matter of fact, if this forecast doesn't change. Now, we're just into the 15th of July. They're talking 2-3 more weeks of triple-digit heat. They may actually break a record, the record of 42 straight days at or above 100 degrees. That was recorded back in 1980. According to the National Weather Service, there in San Antone, temperatures similar. Highs have reached at or over 100 for 12 days in a row there now. Again, no lasting end to the heat is in sight. That puts San Antone at risk of breaking their record of 21 straight days at or above 100 by the end of July. There is a chance that a pocket of cool air from some spotty thunderstorms Thursday evening may hold the temperatures back just a bit here on Friday. And as I look at the current radar scene, not much of anything showing up there in Texas at this hour. It's got to get all the way down into southern Texas. And yeah, there are a few spotty showers there. But that's all the way down near the Mexico border, Nuevo Laredo. Rest of the state, you're pretty much, high and dry. In the southeast, not nearly as much precip as we've seen in recent nights. Still some shower activity down in southern portions of Alabama along the Gulf Coast there, Mobile, on over into the westernmost reaches of the Florida Panhandle. Then on over into the heart of Florida. Yeah, some shower activity tonight. Rains starting right about just to the south of Lake City. Showers down into Gainesville. Then on over into southward down towards Spring Hill, Florida. Cross City, Cedar Key. Some needed rainfall. Meanwhile, elsewhere around the country, more than 1,000 firefighters hadn't touched on this the last few nights. I thought by now, I was under the impression that firefighters were gaining the upper hand as they continue to battle a wildfire, the Washburn Fire, there in Yosemite National Park. Now, crews have actually lost ground overnight Wednesday night as the containment actually fell slightly. Containment on Wednesday was estimated at 17%, according to the Forest Service. Yeah, that was unchanged from Tuesday evening's report, but a 5% decrease from Thursday morning when they had about 22% containment. Now, this fire had grown over 200 acres since Tuesday evening, now encompassing 3,772 acres. Yosemite National Park's superintendent said there was no lightning on July the 7th, which was the day this particular fire started. So this appears to be a human-caused event, still under investigation. But as of Tuesday evening, the size of the personnel team had also increased by 396 since Tuesday morning's report. 650 people. There are now more than 1,000 crew members battling this particular blaze, including everything from forest crews, hotspot crews, engines of various sizes, water tenders, bulldozers. The hot, dry weather was expected on Wednesday, but no major winds. That's the big fear. And, of course, he said the public should know there are no great surprises in the fire activity so far. So we're pretty fortunate that this is not a large wind-driven fire. It's mainly been driven by the terrain and winds that go upslope in the afternoon, then downslope in the evening hours. Current wind patterns have winds below about 20 miles per hour. And sustained winds are very minor, so that's very fortunate thus far. But it's very important for people to be aware of the fact that this blaze is growing through extremely old forest growth there in Yosemite. And they've been trying to protect the giant sequoias throughout this week in Yosemite National Park. Out of the box, good afternoon, all hammer down. There's Larry, first on board via Facebook. Richard checks in from Central Florida. Our first visitor on YouTube this morning with 72 degrees. We're identical here in Southwest Ohio. Identical 72 degrees. High pressure pumping, checking in. Let's roll. Hello to Todd from Tower City, North Dakota, with a comfortable 66 degrees tonight. Raymond says, good morning, Chief. Hot in Oklahoma, but the fish are biting. That's good. Timothy's on board. Steve checking in from Roscoe, Illinois. And let's see. Steve, heads up. Brian says, possible nationwide railroad strike on Monday. I need more details. I'll dig in. I haven't seen anything about a potential strike. Copy in the mail. Chevy guy on board. Robert says hello. There's Bolt checking in with 65 degrees in Kaiser, West Virginia, outside the Home Domino's store. Kind of a chaotic night finishing up work, but everybody have a great night. There you go. Here in Philadelphia, there's Philly Dan. You don't need Netflix to see Stranger Things. I'm hoping Heatwave's wife's doing better. Stay safe, everybody. And God bless the Rambler. Speaking of which, yes, matter of fact, I do have the update. I got an email from Heatwave earlier, which says, update. Now, thank you all for the many prayers you've given Lady Heatwave on her behalf. The ulcers are gone. However, the colon is still a bit sensitive with pain, but it will heal, they tell us. She's slated to be released tomorrow. Again, we thank you all from Heatwave and Lady Heatwave. So, yeah, I guess they did the scope this past day. That is good news, because it could have been a number of things, right? Greetings from Needles, California, where it was 113 degrees today, and we're still at 90 degrees, 9:15 in the evening. Wow. Had a wonderful dust storm here just a few hours ago. There's Scotty on board with us. I saw your Facebook post there, Scott. You said, what a horrible day. Sweating like a pig, right? There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 76 degrees. A little bit of lightning in the north sky in Waterloo, Iowa. Hammer down for the land of Lincoln. A special one day only shout out to the big moose from the corn patch. Hey, that's a change of gears there. All right. Thank you, Lauren. Gilligan on board. Hello, Steve and fellow listeners. Clear 69 in Boones Mill, Virginia tonight. Keep it shiny side up, everybody. Pappy, hey there. Yes, it's Friday. For you all, working the weekend. Yeah. Beautiful night, though, in Harrison, Ohio. Everybody be safe. And by the way, stock up. All right. 007, check it in from Nacogdoches, Texas, at the TA Express truck stop tonight. There's Norman checking in from North Central Kansas. Had 101 degrees today. It's 87 now. In a situation at the Home 20. Hello to Jim. Morning, Steve from Chattanooga with a warm 74 degrees here in the scenic city. There's the Drug Runner checking in from Nashville, Tennessee with 81 degrees. A great night for trailer trucking. Everybody stay safe. Keep it shiny side up. There you go. Our number, 844-844-3388 as we get things underway on a Friday morning. What's on your mind? A quick time out, and we return the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, quick search finds, apparently the president faces a deadline next week. Just come Monday, right? As the old song said, to intervene in a nationwide railroad potential strike covering 115,000 workers. If there is no intervention, I guess it opens the door to a potential strike or a lockout. Boy, that would be wonderful for the supply chain right about now, wouldn't it? Yes, the already fragile economy, and it would undoubtedly choke supplies of food and fuel. According to the Reuters report, the stakes are high. Biden, who wants to tackle inflation-stoking supply chain woes and is already working to reach a deal on the critical labor talks at the West Coast seaports. Now, if the president declines to intercede in the railroad negotiations by appointing a Presidential Emergency Board, a PEB, before 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time on Monday, the railroads and unions could opt for operational shutdowns or strikes, respectively. Now, if a PEB is appointed, the board would make recommendations that could be used as a framework for a voluntary settlement. White House official tells Reuters the administration is going through the standard process that's been used in the past when considering the PEB. No further comment from the White House. Parties in the current talks expect Biden to appoint a board, just as former President Obama did, to help solve or resolve a wage and health care standoff at the largest freight railroads back in 2011. People in the executive branch and Congress know how vital our freight system is, the rail system, is to this economy, according to the president of the AFL-CIO, Transportation Trades Department. That represents several of the railroad unions. You're going to see a similar amount of pressure to reach an agreement, much like we're seeing when the discussion about the ports come into play. These railroad talks come up at a bad time for Biden, you think? Whose administration is also dealing with negotiations covering more than 22,000 West Coast workers at the seaports, stretching from Washington to California, including the nation's largest L.A. Long Beach ports. That contract expired on July the 1st, and the two sides continue to wrestle over issues ranging from pay to automation. Now, talks between the major railroads, including Union Pacific and Berkshire Hathaway's BNSF, and the unions representing their workers, have actually been dragging out for 2 years now. If indeed they appoint one, the PEB has 30 days to make non-binding settlement recommendations. Work stoppages are prohibited during that time frame and for 30 days following the release of the port. So really, it just kind of, I guess it's like kicking the can down the road. You're going to get a 60-day extension, supposedly. Now, if employers or the unions reject the recommendations from the PEB, Congress can intervene. The Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen, representing 23,000 workers affected by these talks Tuesday, said more than 90% of their members have voted to authorize a strike. Yeah, should the union leaders deem it necessary? That vote was mandated by the union bylaws. The American railroad industry, already plagued by disruptions stemming from self-inflicted staffing shortages. This is what has crimped the fertilizer shipments. It's caused backups at major seaports and stopped feed from reaching Foster Farms chickens in California. Leader of the independent federal agency that regulates the industry had harsh criticism in May, saying the railroads have slashed 45,000 jobs, almost 30% of their workforce, in just the past 6 years. I mean, they've cut below the bone, he says. You know, all the stakeholders agree the problem is principally being caused by a shortage of labor. So freight railroads have assured investors they're making progress with hiring and retention as they negotiate with the unions over pay, time off, health care costs that continue to rise. Everybody's hoping to avoid a repeat of 1992 when the railroad shut down for 2 days after the International Association of Machinists struck CSX Corporation at the time, and the nation's railroads responded by ceasing operations by saying a strike against one railroad was a strike against all railroads. At that time, experts had warned the impact of the rail disruption would grow from $50 million per day at the outset to $1 billion per day if there was any sort of an extended action. So, yeah, it's in the best. So we'll see what happens here. Thanks for the heads up on that. All right, we've got phone lines open at 844-844-3388. What's happening here on a Friday morning? I mentioned Tesla. Tesla sends an over-the-air notification to drivers in Texas, asking them to avoid charging their vehicle during the peak hours of energy use. I can't help but chuckle. I've been saying this. What are the electric vehicle owners supposed to do? The request appeared on the dashboard of Tesla owners amid the record-breaking heat wave that's straining the power grid. And as I shared in the forecast a few moments ago, they're saying these triple-digit highs are going to continue through the rest of July, probably into the first week of August, based on the current forecast models. As a response to the unprecedented power demand during the extreme heat, Tesla and the ERCOT, that's the Electric Council there, asking drivers and residents to conserve electricity by not charging your electric vehicle through the afternoon or evening hours. And also, turn up your thermostat at your home, please. Now, the message from Tesla cited different peak hours than ERCOT cited. It was essentially the same period of time. Tesla's prompt says, a heat wave is expected to impact the grid over the next few days. The grid operator recommends avoid charging between 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. if possible to help statewide efforts to manage demand. The Reliability Council said 2 p.m. to 8 p.m., then braced for power demand as the grid has been scraping along. They've prevented major outages thus far, and that's because of voluntary cutbacks. Industrial users were among those that volunteered. Even Bitcoin and other crypto miners pitched in to keep the grid up and running. All right, Tesla drivers report seeing the peak hours prompt. One owner in Austin said that Tesla offered supercharger rates up to 50% off for drivers who were willing to wait until after 8 p.m. to charge their electric vehicle. They also asked some of the Powerwall owners in Texas to help boost the power grid by sending the juice that they had stored in their home batteries back to the grid. All right, it is 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The Senate Minority Leader is blaming Democrat spending policies for soaring inflation.
The $1.9 trillion so-called rescue package passed last year in March without a single Republican vote.
Kentucky Republican Mitch McConnell citing the massive stimulus bill that President Biden signed. He said the Democratic-led Senate, House, and White House are continuing down the wrong path. McConnell adding it's one of the reasons why the president's public approval ratings are in the dumps. Former President Donald Trump's first wife, Ivana, is dead at the age of 73. The former president making the announcement on his social media platform, Truth Social. Trump adding her pride and joy were her three beautiful children, Donald Jr., Ivanka, and Eric. USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this.
10.
There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text GRIT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321-321.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. you'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, got clear lines here on a Friday morning. Hello to the Dragon Slayer checking in from Lake Havasu, Arizona, with 94 degrees at this hour. There's the Pack Rat checking in from Central Michigan with 65 degrees, much more comfortable, right? Doing a short haul tonight to the Fort Wayne, then it's off till Sunday. All right, enjoy it. Let's go, Brandon. Joe checks in. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. A warm 72 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody enjoy your weekend. Okay. Let's see. Biden loves the unions. Yes, that's why he's so determined to try to get things settled on the ports and undoubtedly with the railroads. Good morning from Phoenix, Arizona. There's Dale with 102 degrees and a little bit of rain, believe it or not. Everybody truck safe tonight. We're almost to the weekend. All right. The annual Thrashing Bee this weekend in Mankato, Kansas. Thrashing Bee, okay. Industry headlines from Cdl Life this past day. The announcement Thursday from KLLM Transport Services. The acquisition of a refrigerated carrier based in Cartersville, Georgia. KLLM announcing the acquisition of Quest Global, part of their ongoing growth strategy in the temperature-controlled shipping sector. The acquisition of Quest Global, they say, will enhance our premium service offerings now with expedited temperature-controlled shipping nationwide. Quest Global's been a well-run, safety-driven company for years, according to CEO Jim Richards. Their culture, their values, a great fit with our family of companies. We're thrilled to have them as a part of the KLLM family. They say the operation will continue to be run from the Cartersville location. What the branding will change to KLLM Expedited Services. According to Quest, building Quest Global's been my life's work, and I could not have found a better home for the Quest family, says Jason Dickerson. Within 5 minutes of meeting Jim Richards, I knew KLLM was a perfect fit because of their family values, their respect for their employees, their dedication to providing the best customer service possible. As a family-owned company, my goal was to find the best home for our people for years to come, and I look forward to being part of that team to ensure a smooth transition, he says. All right, KLLM, founded in 1962, headquartered in Jackson, Mississippi, providing various transportation services throughout the U.S. and Mexico. All right, we're looking at the calendar, 15th of July. So we've got today and Saturday, technically, for the Operation Safe Driver Week. Anybody noticed any enhanced enforcement out there? It's supposed to have been the big blitz this week. Haven't really heard from anyone citing anything out of the norm. Did get an announcement this past day from the state of Arkansas announcing that they're going to be partnering with local law enforcement for a statewide speed enforcement campaign. It'll be called Obey the Sign or Pay the Fine, starting Monday, next Monday, the 18th. And that's going to actually be for 2 weeks throughout the state of Arkansas. It's an acknowledged fact. As a motor vehicle speed increases, so do the risk of injury and death on the roadways, according to Colonel Bill Bryant of the state police and the governor's highway safety representative. If you're exceeding the posted speed limit, you're less likely to avoid a hazardous object in the road or safely steer away from another vehicle or negotiate an unfamiliar curve. During this upcoming special speed enforcement operation, state troopers and other local law enforcement officers will not be accepting any excuses. The posted speed limit is the law, says Bryant. And, of course, our goal is always to save lives. So the Arkansas crackdown just after the nationwide Operation Safe Driver Week blitz ends this Saturday. And, of course, Operation Safe Driver this week, their focus has also been on speeding this week. And one more tidbit before we get to your calls at 844-844-3388. Well, speaking of speed, the inability to negotiate a curve. 22 tons of concrete pipes coming off a flatbed truck here in Ohio this past morning in Hubbard Township, according to WKBN 27 TV. Tractor trailer hauling 22 tons of concrete pipes flipped over while negotiating an exit ramp, sending those pipes rolling onto the road and into a nearby ditch. There was some fuel spilled in the wreck as well, but no injuries reported. Ohio State Patrol said the truck's driver did not reduce speed properly along the exit ramp. There you go. Over she goes. All right. It is 844-844-3388, and I believe, is it Arthur checking in out of the box?
Hello?
Hi there. It says Arthur on the screen. Who we got?
Yes, this is Arthur.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, good morning, Arthur. They got it right.
Hey, good morning. Yep. I was just going to, I heard that you didn't have any callers in yet, so I figured, hey, why not? But I was going to speak about electric vehicles. I saw a pickup test done between gas powered and a electric, and the outcome was the electric truck, when it was pulling the load, it lost a lot of battery life real quick, and they had to go to find a charging station way quicker than they had anticipated from the go, because the truck said it could go a lot farther at the beginning, but as soon as they started towing, that changed real quick.
The battery,
so I thought, battery, yeah.
I think was that they were doing the Ford, the F-150 Lightning, I guess, the electric versus I think it was a GMC maybe. I can't remember what the gas vehicle was. Yeah, I think I shared that story. They had planned on going from point A to point B, and they didn't even get halfway to point B, and they had to find, I guess you're checking the maps, where's a fast charge? When they had to actually turn around to go back to a charging station. And I think it was the vehicle was kind of derating because the power was getting so low. I think they ended up at a Target parking lot that had a charging station, and the battery was down to like 9% or something.
Yeah, the outcome of that whole test was the battery technology is not there. Yeah, the battery technology is not there, but think about it. They don't like us drilling for oil.
Yeah.
They don't like us mining. You have to mine for, the lithium for the batteries. It makes no sense. But another quick thing I was going to bring up, I was in a store out here in Illinois called Farm and Fleet.
Mm-hmm.
And I was showing the guy the Stiction Eliminator product, because I've had good success with that with my Equinox, and my son used it in his GMC Acadia. He goes, he's like, I told him I had the Equinox, it worked well. He goes, are you tell me this stuff can fix, this and that? And I changed those motors in those vehicles at 80,000 miles. I said, well, I've got 233,000 of mine, and since using that product, I don't add even anything between oil changes, and I usually change mine at 3,000 because of those motors. I know what they're like, but I'm like maybe 4 ounces down at that kind of range, and that's nothing. And he wouldn't believe it. He wouldn't believe that. I said, I almost said, just come out to the parking lot, listen to my car. It's quiet. It runs all good. So I know I've spoken about this vehicle before, but for these Equinoxes, everybody that has troubles keeping them going, run the Hot Shot Secret products, and you'll definitely improve your engine condition and longevity.
That's a great testimonial, author. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah. Well, the products are good. I even used the shift improver stuff in it, and I've noticed a big difference with that too. So from stiction eliminator to the FR3 and the transmission product, pretty much a wing package there.
There you go. Yeah, the shift restore. Absolutely. That's great. Well, Chris Gabrelchik always says, the word of mouth, the advertising, that it's invaluable. If you can trust something and you can convince someone else, and if you can get them to try it, and they'll be a believer, and that's it. Keep on passing the word along.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll just keep listening, and you have a good night. And to all the drivers out there, appreciate your hauling stuff. I just had a engine. I had a remanufactured engine delivered to my place today, and without the truckers, I would be still waiting.
Well, thank you for chiming in, Arthur. You have a great weekend, and again, thanks for the testimonial there. All right, we'll get a quick break in here. It's 844-844-3388. All right, Tim, I got your message there. Said I sent you an update from the Virginia DOT on the flooding. I did see via AccuWeather all those missing individuals have now been accounted for. So that was the good news as the cleanup continues after devastating flooding there a couple nights ago, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Give you more on that coming up. Ashley checking in from East Peoria, Illinois. Matching parts from bulldozers at Caterpillar. I'd rather be in a truck out there with you guys. All right, Ashley, have a great morning. West Michigan checking in for the best 5 hours in radio. 64 degrees there in West Michigan tonight. All right. There's Gerald. Did you mention already about KLLM acquiring Quest? Yeah, we just shared that a few moments ago. It's kind of funny to see all these companies getting acquired and getting bought out. There's been kind of a rash of mergers and acquisitions. We've shared a handful in the past couple weeks alone. So, all right, back to your calls ahead into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Kind of a crazy story out of Groveport, Ohio. Someone shared with me this past day. Groveport police have identified the two that were killed in what they're calling a tragic, targeted domestic violence attack. Of course, the Groveport Division had difficulty identifying either suspect or the victim, the suspect or the victim, in what was a warehouse shooting. They were immigrants, a.k.a. illegal immigrants. Police added that both of them were originally born in Haiti and had illegally entered the United States. According to Homeland Security, both individuals were here under non-lawful status, and any identification they provided to the employer was fraudulent. Okay. Officers originally went Monday morning to the SK Food Group warehouse on reports of an active shooter. They found out that a man identified as Delinx Aganord went into the locker area of the building and shot a woman multiple times. Now, Aganord then ran away from the building, and this is what's crazy, climbed a utility pole down the road, coming in contact with power lines, electrocuted himself. So the shooting killed Azar, and Aganord died from his injuries from electrocution. That's a very unusual way of trying to get away from the scene of the crime. Climbing a power pole? You just never know. All right, meanwhile, the update here. Yes, the cleanup efforts continue as the floodwaters recede in southwest Virginia. According to the Buchanan County Sheriff's Office Thursday morning, again, they have made contact with all 44 of the individuals who were reported missing on Wednesday. They credit help from the Virginia State Police, the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, and many other local and state resources to help track down the whereabouts of the reported missing individuals. As of 6:30 a.m. yesterday morning, authorities were still working to find 17 missing persons, including surrounding areas that were impassable on Wednesday by the flooding. By about 10 o'clock this past morning, they had trimmed it down to 3. During a press briefing at noon, they said they had contacted the remaining 3, so everyone accounted for. Now, floodwaters were continuing to recede, to the county working with the DOT to remove debris and mud from the roadways to get them reopened and gain access to some of the damaged residents. No reports of fatalities or injuries related to the ongoing flooding. It was Virginia and parts of neighboring Tennessee hit hard by flooding rains Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, forcing the evacuation of hundreds of people from a campground there in Gatlinburg, as a matter of fact. All right. Law enforcement officials had expected the number of those missing to go down once the rescue teams were able to get out and cover more ground. So that was as anticipated. Apparently, a lot of family members trying to contact people and cell service out, phone service out, because power lines were down and things of that nature, and power was out. And that's where all the missing reports had come in from. See what's going on with the rubber duck this Friday morning. Hey there, rubber duck.
Oh, I'm lost. I swam down the stream. Went to Nashville today.
I'll be right on your tail tomorrow morning. I'll be packing out of here a couple hours after the show ends, headed for Nashville.
It's still there. I went down 65. Construction was horrendous. Up there in Indiana. Spent a lot of time over on 31, seeing the woods again. I don't think they were really out in force more than normal. The guys are still tailgating, still flying through the construction zones. Just it's a hot mess. I don't want to tell anybody I'm a truck driver. I'll tell them I'm a DJ at the adult entertainment establishment.
There you go.
So
you're thinking I can end, because I did the MapQuest, and I mean, here from Cincinnati, their recommendation, I mean, it said for me to hit 71 to Louisville, then hit 65 down into Nashville. I mean, should I take an alternate?
It seemed more like it was Indiana that was more messed up. And then the little detour there with the big expensive bridge in Louisville, where you can't go over the bridge. It's really not backed up. It goes down to one lane. You go down the on ramp and right back up on, and you merge back in with I guess 64 is coming in on the other side there. That wasn't bad. It's down by Bowling Green and that area they're paving, and it looked this morning when I left, it looked like it was backed up down there, and then I got down there this afternoon and I flew right on down.
Okay.
It was Indiana was kind of hokey.
Yeah, I know earlier in the day when I was doing the MapQuest thing, the map, they've got the color code, the green, the yellow, the red. There were 3 or 4 different areas down there that were depicting red. So yeah, I guess traffic was at a crawl.
It was 12 miles in Indiana. Was the first one, and I don't come down 65 from Gary or anything. I come all the way down through the woods into Lafayette, and then I come down. But I was 6.5 hours to get down into the middle of Kentucky today, and I'm usually, I can be home from Nashville loaded in 7.5 hours. So that was anyway. The kids got to go to the fair with Grandma tonight. Kimmy, she's just absolutely having a blast. That was their first fair. They got to see the animals yesterday, and then tonight they went for the rides.
Good deal.
Kind of wish I was there. What you going to Nashville for, big buddy?
Oh, it's the wife's uncle that passed away, and so I'll be headed down to Nashville to check into the hotel.
Uncle Forrest.
Yes, Uncle Forrest, correct.
God bless Uncle Forrest, and is very sorry for your loss, sir.
Yeah, so Fiona, I'll be heading down, checking into the hotel tomorrow. Then the wife and the rest of the family are going to be coming up from Tullahoma, Tennessee. Once the funeral's over, it's back to Tullahoma, then back to Chattanooga to drop the wife off there. Then I come back to Cincinnati. So I'll be out. I'll have a 3-day weekend, but it'll be a lot of moving and a few tears.
On the road,
Yeah.
We got a truck racer from Tennessee that races the Bandit Series from Tullahoma. Mike Morgan. He's the head Mack mechanic at Mack in Nashville. He races the old UPS truck that they painted black, and they call it Mack Vader. But
really,
he lives down there by your family.
How
Yes,
about
sir.
that?
Oh, I can't wait to see them boys back on the track this year. You know what would be a cool show? We do Tony Stewart's SRX series and the Bandit Truck series at the same track, and we let Tony Stewart drive one of the big rigs. How do you think that would go?
That would be a show, no doubt.
I was just trying to help, like the other man said. I guess it's a slow night, and I can't fall asleep. I probably could have been home, but that little thing said you had 2 minutes when I pulled in there, and I watched the guy sitting across the street stuck in the driveway. I couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. And I just had to sit there and wait a minute for him to. Walked up to him and asked him. He said, "I can't get going. I'm stuck." He had one of them single axle trucks with the tag axle.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, I said, "Well, you're hung up because your axles. Let your axle air out. Let your axles." Lock that little axle one together and try to. He got out the way, got in the driveway, but they're not equipping these kids for anything out here. For more in a pothole if they get stuck. It's sad.
Yeah. You are correct. Well, safe travels the rest of your journey there. Get home safely. Rubber Duck, thanks for chiming in this morning. I see Lauren Weiss. I'm guessing he looked up that story we're talking about. Arthur brought up the Ford Lightning towing test. Shows some serious problems. It did not go well up against a gas-burning GMC Sierra. Yeah, it was a GMC. That's the story we touched on here from a few nights ago. All right, news break here. A closeout hour number 1. Back to your calls ahead on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A federal grand jury is indicting the alleged supermarket shooter in Buffalo, New York. Peyton Gendron will be charged with 14 hate crime violations and 13 firearms offenses connected to the mass shooting at a Tops grocery store in May. Americans are growing increasingly concerned about the rise of gas prices. Senior advisor to President Joe Biden, Gene Sperling, explains on Fox News the effort President Biden is taking to keep gas prices lower.
The president is still doing the Strategic Petroleum Reserve release of 1 million a day. He's encouraging 60 million more from our peers. He is pushing refineries to open up more refinery capacity. He is pushing major gas companies to make sure that when oil prices are down, that is reflected in the pump.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Over the 4th of July weekend, Gadsden County in Florida reported 19 overdoses of fentanyl, 9 of which were fatal. Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio says the amount of fentanyl being smuggled across the border deserves more attention. He also shares with Fox and Friends his reaction to the overdoses in Gadsden.
They had a mass casualty event, over a dozen, maybe 2 dozen young people, contaminated drugs that were used, and they had this massive fentanyl overdose problem over the weekend there. It's a horrifying crisis.
Some 550 women who claim they were assaulted by Uber drivers are suing the ride-hailing service. A lawsuit filed says female passengers in a number of states were kidnapped, sexually assaulted, sexually battered, raped, falsely imprisoned, stalked, harassed, or otherwise attacked by Uber drivers. The company has not responded to the allegations. USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Inflation continues to be a hot topic on Capitol Hill. From the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau, Lance Pry has a story.
Raising taxes amid a 40-year record high inflation of 9.1% is unjustified because inflation is already a tax increase. That's according to Senator Chuck Grassley, the Republican from Iowa. He was on Newsmax. He says this will hit the middle class especially hard.
We Republicans on the Finance Committee just had a news conference this very day on that subject. And we Republicans were able to show that every cohort, as the IRS divides up into various income brackets, up to $400,000, every bracket below that is going to get some tax increase.
Authorities in southwestern Virginia say everyone is accounted for and there are no deaths after massive flooding hit the area. Over 100 homes sustained damage. Governor Glenn Youngkin declaring a state of emergency after dozens were listed as missing. 2 men are pleading guilty to trafficking wildlife from the Democratic Republic of Congo to Seattle. Federal prosecutors say in 2019 the men bought 49 pounds of ivory from the Congo, had it cut into smaller pieces and painted black. The packages were falsely labeled as wood. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, I saw the story out of Charlotte this past day. The old Leonard Skinner song comes to mind. Ooh, that smell! Can you smell that smell? What was it? They said it was like a natural gas kind of smell across the city, leaving residents feeling sick. Businesses actually closing across town, and some people evacuated. Charlotte, North Carolina. Say people woke up Thursday morning to a strong smell in the air, prompting an influx of 911 calls to first responders. The Charlotte Fire Department said they believe a rare weather event called an inversion was the cause. The National Weather Service said inversions are stable air masses where cooler air is near the Earth's surface and the warmer air is on top. The air masses are inverted from their normal temperature zones. When warm air rises, air under the inversion cannot escape because it's cooler than the air above, causing smoke, pollution, and in this case, smell to get trapped. But the smell had to be coming from somewhere. Now, they said the odor is exaggerated by a strong, low-level temperature inversion. It's a warm layer of air just off the surface that traps things below it. One local described the smell over the city as a gas leak times 10, saying they're experiencing headaches, nausea. Another says, this may be the worst smell I've ever smelled in downtown Charlotte. Apparently, it's some weather event, an inversion or something. But to be safe, most downtown offices actually were evacuating people. Let's imagine a gas leak times 10 all over the city. Headache, nausea, cough, and whatnot. Another local tweeting, gas leak smell in uptown Charlotte has me feeling lightheaded, super nauseous. I hope this dissipates soon. Third person says, there's an emergency alert in Charlotte for the city smelling like gas, and I just walked out of my apartment, and I can smell it in the hallways. What the hell? I almost feel sick. Several offices, indeed, across uptown and downtown Charlotte reportedly evacuated due to the strong odor, including a county courthouse. The Meck Sheriff's Office said the Meck County Courthouse was evacuated due to the smell, but had since been given the all-clear by firefighters. Another city resident tweeting, damn, they had to evacuate our office in Charlotte due to the gas smell. Anybody in the area? Hope you're all okay. A lot of office buildings were evacuated. They're in uptown Charlotte. Uptown, downtown, all right, but ooh, that smell. All right, back to the calls here on a Friday. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. There's the CNI dog again this morning. What's happening? Happy Friday, by the way.
Good morning. 294 in Chicago, going south of I-55 or 75th Street. It's knocked down to one lane, the right lane. That's a 30-minute backup. Once you get past there, it'll open up a little bit, and then the two right lanes will be closed all the way down to the 15-mile marker. So if you're coming down 294, I'd recommend jumping off at 55 and taking a different route. Was he talking about NASCAR and Smokey and the Bandit with Tony Stewart? Is that what he said?
No, it was not Smokey and the Bandit. It was a guy that has, I guess, a converted UPS truck or something that he races, and it's called the Bandit, I believe.
You know what'd be cool that I'd actually go watch is if they did a Dukes of Hazzard NASCAR show where all the pole sitters, was it how many, 6 or whatever they are? They all have the General Lee type of look to them, and all the rest of the cars would be like the squad cars trying to chase them down.
Yeah.
And then occasionally have a semi looping the track also, just to add a little more distraction. What else did I want to share with you? Yeah, I had a problem with taillights today on my truck. Brought it into the shop, and the guy, I'll take a look. And once they start tearing it apart, they dig through everything. And I'm like, do you know how long that's going to be? And he says, not sure, but when I do find it, it'll probably take me an hour. So I'm like, I'm going to have to get another box, another pump. So, yeah, between that and the backup on 294, I'm really having a great day so far. Enjoy the show, and once again, the Walcott, Iowa truck show is in progress. Started on Thursday and Friday to Saturday. I'm going to try to be there sometime, probably a little later than I anticipated because I'm running behind tonight. But maybe you can give a little bit of feedback on that, just so people know that it's an active place to go.
We'll expect a full report next week when I get back here. Yes, indeed. Enjoy. Yeah, night number 1 in the books right there at Walcott, world's largest. They're anticipating like 30,000 people coming through there over the 3 days. Pretty good time, right? And I'll get an update on the forecast there. A couple days ago, they were talking rain in the mix maybe for both Friday and Saturday there in Walcott, Iowa. Speaking of rain, Matthew said, I was shocked that the flooding in Whitewood, Virginia became national news. It's super rare that my neck of the woods gets any kind of national attention. Indeed. Buckeye Boy checks in from Christiana, Tennessee, where it's 77 degrees. Got loaded in Madison, Wisconsin. Had a good day of driving. I'm getting 10.2 miles per gallon with a full truck of about 14,000 pounds of freight. And I'm sure it's because of the everyday diesel treatment. I love that product from Hot Shot Secret. Anyway, I'll unload tomorrow, then take the weekend off as we get to see our granddaughter for her monthly overnight visit. May try and take her fishing. I'll be loading next Tuesday for Grand Rapids in Lansing, Michigan. Have a great night, a safe weekend driving. And I'm sorry for the passing of the princesses and your uncle. Yeah, hard to say goodbye to someone who meant a lot to us. Everybody be careful out there. I'll be listening into the podcast there on Friday. Let's see, about 18 past the hour. So we'll get back to your calls into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Oh, so we had a Bigfoot sighting, huh? Oh, yeah? What is it? What is it? I'm looking a couple hours ago. Dick Morgan posted from Morgan's Riverside Campground and Cabins. He says, I own a private campground just south of Fort Ancient. I've been a volunteer for the Little Miami Trail since it was established. Tonight I was closing my office after the last campers had arrived when a young couple that had biked to Loveland came back to the car parked in my lot just before dark. They saw my volunteer sign on my ATV and mentioned they saw something just south on the trail. A large animal of some sort, and they were pretty shaken up. Now, having heard about the stories of a Bigfoot sighting nearby, I thought they were just pulling my leg, but I decided to check it out, just for the fun of it. I was not prepared for what I saw. Whatever it was not human, but it was not animal. It did walk on two legs. My bright lights startled it just north of the first creek crossing, and it crossed the trail to the north of the bridge. As it paused, I was able to take a couple of pictures with my cell phone. There you go. Be careful out there. Yeah, what is it? It's off in the distance, just like all these Bigfoot sightings. Yeah, there's something kind of furry down there, but... All right, it is 844-844-3388. Eagle is on board. What's going on? Happy Friday, Eagle. Maybe Eagle dropped off, or Eagle fell asleep, and we'll let it go. Maybe he'll call back. Let's try Gilligan, I believe it is. Morning, Gilligan.
St. Gilligan, this is Shoulder Riding Sammy. I'm a member of the Owner-Operator Nigger Dumbass Association.
The latest member.
Coal. Yeah, I'm the member of the West Virginia Coal Haulers Chapter. Yeah. We decided a long time ago they got that shoulder there. It's paid for a reason. Just use it when you need to. We're grossing about $160,000 when we're loaded. Yeah, you're going up down 79, cross 64, 19, 77, anywhere in West Virginia. You better watch that right there, boys, because if you're in our way, we got to get this coal hauled. Our numbers have dwindled. We're still out here. I got this 84 Kenworth in the wind. I'm going to stop in down here at Jane Lou here at the truck stop, put some of that off-road diesel in this thing. Here, I tell you what, boy, it really makes the black smoke roll. That's where I met old Left Lane Leroy, and he turned me on to this association.
Ah,
yeah,
sir.
Just remember, you're going out down interstate in West Virginia. Watch out for that right lane. One of us coal buckets may be coming right around.
Yeah, that's not a lane.
Thank you, Steve.
That's an emergency lane there. That's why they call him Dumbass of the Week, right? Passing on the right. There's your guilty party there, Kentucky Ken. That's the guy riding the shoulder. About 25 past the hour. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. Well, speaking of spooky things, what were the mysterious lights, the flashing fireballs across the sky in parts of the country? Well, authorities say they believe it may have been a Russian rocket. According to the experts, the celestial shower raining down on Tuesday evening, some meteor specialists have pointed out the otherworldly sighting they believe were pieces of an old fuel tank. The American Meteor Society documented 29 reports of falling fireballs. Started about 10 o'clock p.m., residents from Montana to Idaho, Wyoming, and Oregon all reporting seeing this. One Montana resident said she thought the movement was a plane until it flashed several times and exploded into pieces. The white clouds and the vapor trail were still visible nearly 15 minutes later, according to NBC. Now, the American Meteor Society did receive several videos and several still shots of the wild event. It was no meteor, they confirm. May have very well been the fuel tank of an old Russian rocket, according to space weather. Shortly before the explosion over Montana, the U.S. Department of Defense Space Track website had actually issued a trajectory impact position, or a TIP as they call it, for an object called Breeze M. Deb tank. They predicted the fuel tank would fall into the Earth's atmosphere right about the time these sightings were reported here in the U.S. This fuel tank, they say, has been orbiting the Earth for nearly 10 years. It was part of a rocket that launched Russia's Yamal 402 geostationary communications satellite back in December of 2012. They say recent increases in solar activity accelerated its orbital decay, finally bringing it down in a fiery display. So, Montana viewings prevalent in the Bitterroot Valley, Livingston and Park counties, Great Falls, Lincoln, Helena, according to the American Meteor Society. If you were outdoors at the right time, about 10 o'clock, kind of a light show in the sky. There you go. All right, news break about a minute away. It is 844-844-3388. Steve, can you do a quick check for me? Did someone buy the Bunker Hill drag strip near Grissom Air Force Base, north of Kokomo, Indiana? Okay, I'll got a little homework for me there. That's Terry, our Canadian. I believe, is that Canadian Terry or not? Either way, Terry, he gave me a little homework assignment last evening as well. He said, can you do a little check and tell me why California Governor Gavin Newsom was walking into the back door of the White House on, I think it was Wednesday. It's kind of odd because the president wasn't even there. What's Gavin Newsom doing at the White House? And I've got the rest of the story, as they say. We'll share that with you coming up. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Joe Biden's upcoming trip to Saudi Arabia has drawn criticism because of the country's human rights violations. In Jerusalem, the president said he has never been silent about human rights. Appearing on Fox News, Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton reacts to the president's remarks.
Joe Biden should stop condemning and trying to ostracize their de facto leader, Mohammed bin Salman, and work with them to bring down the price of oil here for Americans' families here at home.
He says the Biden administration also needs to ramp up domestic oil production. The nation's unemployment lines are getting a little bit longer. The Labor Department reporting 244,000 Americans filed first-time jobless claims last week, 9,000 more than the week before. USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, Free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here on a Friday, TGIF. Getting ready for the weekend. In answer to your question, Terry. NHRA top fuel veteran Terry McMillan and his family have purchased Bunker Hill drag strip, known as Indiana's first drag strip. Effective today, July 15. Terry, Corey, and Cameron McMillan will be the new owners and operators of the facility in Bunker Hill, Indiana. The IHRA sanctioned track previously owned and run by Mark Krieger. Terry says, first of all, I need to thank Mark for everything he's done at Bunker Hill Drag Strip. He bought the track during the pandemic to save it. He made several much-needed updates to the facility and never stopped working on improvements. In fact, just last week, the parts for the new track scraper he purchased were delivered. Our plan is to continue with what Mark had started. Just last year, Bunker Hill Drag Strip celebrated its 65th anniversary. All right, so if you're inquiring about will racing continue at Bunker Hill, I guess the answer is sure will. All right. With that, our number 844-844-3388. First, let me get over here. Let's see. Morning, God's children. Brother Rambler checking in with y'all from Kenner, Louisiana. Steve, while you're making that drive to the guitar, I thought you might need a good earworm. He sends me a link. Oh, boy. He said, here's a Harry Chapin song you can listen to called 30,000 Pounds of Banana. Right? Oh, boy. Are you doing like a turnabout as fair play? Daniel checks in this morning, praying for you, Steve, for you and your family, to comfort. Losing a loved one is never easy, but it's never goodbye, because someday we have the hope that God is prepared a place for us. All right. Thank you so much, Daniel. Appreciate your thoughts. And before I forget, once again, I meant to mention Wheelchair Dave had inquired last evening. Any update on neighbor Dave, who had the open heart surgery? So amazingly, Teresa actually stopped by this past evening. Now, I was still snoozing while she was here, but my daughter tells me that he made it through the surgery. Yeah, she was pretty upset. She said, I've never, how did she put it, never seen him look as horrible as he looks right now. I remember when my stepfather had open heart surgery a number of years ago. I remember, walking into that room after he had come out of recovery, and it's hard to prepare yourself. It's a pretty horrific sight early on. All the tubes, the hoses on the respirator, and I just, but prayers for a speedy recovery, Dave. I made it through I think, triple bypass and an aortic valve replacement, as they called it. He said, I think he told me they gave him the choice. You could choose a pig valve or like a heart valve from a cow. And he said he chose the cow because if you do the pig, that you have to be on Coumadin, I believe it was, the blood thinner for the rest of your life. So pretty wild stuff. But yeah, prayers for a speedy recovery. I look at the screen. Well, I would never say speak of the devil, but hello, Rambler.
Hey, praise God, Steve, from the Hudson Bay. Oh, sorry, that is the wrong show. From Kathmandu to Kalamazoo and all cities in between, you got the overnight drive with Steve Sommers, broadcasting live from the thriving metropolitan city of Cincinnati, where the secret bunker now stands and lays, where you will find Steve disobeying every rule the princess has laid down since she's been away from home.
When the cat's away, the mice will play.
Well, sir, you got to start, get back into practice of putting the seat down. You got to get back in the habit of not smoking in the house, because hey, she's not there, and And if it's raining outside, you probably throw your hands up and say, "Well, she ain't gonna know." That's why they make osium.
Yeah.
You know, that's right. That's what those people that smoke the devil's lettuce. That's what they like to use. You know, cover up their devil's lettuce smell. You know, that permeates throughout their little mom's basement. They stay under anyway. But praise God, Steve. So glad to be on there with you. And I found that song. I remembered it years ago. Your old man played it years ago. Then I remember years ago I heard Dave Nemo play it, and I made the mistake of looking it up on my Apple Music, and it got stuck in my head. And I sent it to another friend of mine, and it got stuck in that person's head.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So it's a very catchy tune, so you can torture your daughter and say, tell her, Harry Chapin was such a great songwriter. I mean, he wrote Cats in the Cradle and the Silver Spoon, and a lot of his songs he wrote, I mean, you can just get very passionate and say, we're based on real life events, and this song right here was a real life event that he was very passionate about, and just go down, and it's 11 minutes long.
Wow.
Just go down the road and just let it play. That's right. That's right.
An 11-minute earworm.
11 minutes. Well, it's based off of a live show, and actually, oddly enough, Harry Chapin lost his life in 1980, and oddly enough, he lost it in a car accident with an 18-wheeler. And
wow.
He wrote this song. And the story goes, he had wrote the song and pitched it to Johnny Cash, but Johnny Cash didn't want anything to do with it, so he just did it himself. But it's actually, when I first heard it, I thought, man, this is like a stupid song. But then again, it's like, okay, it is based on a real, true story that really happened in Scranton, Pennsylvania. So. And you were reading the story about the lights and stuff. We have listeners in Marfa, Texas. If you don't know where Marfa, Texas is, that's home of the Marfa lights. I know we probably got a couple of listeners down there shrugging their shoulders about lights. We see these phenomenon all the time. It's nothing new to us, I've been through Marfa, Texas. I've seen where they got bleachers set up where you can go there at night. I never have seen the lights. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Timothy Leary retired there and spiked the water with LSD, and maybe that's how they're seeing lights. I have no clue, but I don't want to find out. But I saw a Facebook post. I was trying to scroll back through it before you put me on there. Hopefully Heat Wave will call in soon. I don't want to steal Heat Wave's thunder, but good news from Heat Wave. Hopefully he'll call in soon and give us a good update. So I'll leave it at that. We've been praying, excuse me, for Mrs. Heat Wave. And, we've been praying for anyone else who needs prayer too. And prayer works, Steve. It certainly does. We're going to be praying for you and your daughter. Any of the grandkids going with you?
Just the daughter. Just the daughter, yeah.
Just the daughter.
Yeah.
Beth, right?
Yes, correct.
Yes, that's right. Well, we'll be praying for travel mercies. For y'all to travel down there safely, and I know it's going to be a tough deal, but everything that I've read about our brother Forrest Frakes is we know where he's at, and man, he's running the streets of gold. And all joking aside, the Lord's gave me a great message for this Sunday, Steve. I mean, it's titled. I've already got it titled. The Lord's got it titled "Hope of a Tree." And, when I think about hope of a tree, I think about the cross, They can go down there, and, Steve, I'm telling you right now, you can go to Israel. If they were to find the original cross that Christ was crucified on, there would be no power in that wood whatsoever. The power is in the act that happened there. The love that Christ showed this whole entire world for taking our place on that cross and giving his life so that we wouldn't have to spend an eternity in hell if we choose to love him and serve him and invite him into our hearts. And that's the beauty part when I think about
your old Uncle Forrest, and I think about Dirty Diapers. I think about all the other ones that's passed on, and the commitment they made, to make Christ number one in their life. So I mean, if you ain't doing nothing on the Sunday night, come on, follow us at Determined Ministries Church. We're going to have a good service. We go live 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. We ain't going to play no earworm. We're not going to play 30,000 pounds of bananas, but you will hear some good Christian music and some good old Holy Ghost preaching. Praise God for that. And Steve, I just want to pray for you. I want to pray for everybody else, for y'all to be safe going down. I heard the Gilligan's friend, the cold buckets.
Mm-hmm.
And, I didn't have a truck pass me on the shoulder the other day, but I had a four-wheeler pass me on the shoulder the other day. And I tell you, that's very dangerous because you don't know what could be broke down, on that shoulder. And you're going to get out there and do something foolish like that and cost someone their life or maim or hurt someone. So just be careful, man. Know we're praying for you. And we hope you get back safe and sound and come on the air. Or you will be back on the air Sunday night, Monday morning?
No, Monday night, Tuesday morning. Yes.
All right. Well, that sounds good to me. And everyone else, I pray y'all have a great weekend. Please, for the love of God, shoot off all your fireworks. I still have people in my neighborhood shooting off fireworks.
Really?
My poor, scares the crap out of my poor dog. Yeah, they're still shooting off fireworks. I'm like, good Lord, folks, get it over with. Get it out of your system. Come on, quit shooting off fireworks. Get out there, shoot off the rest of your fireworks, and don't do them again until New Year's, or a couple of days before or after.
Mm-hmm.
But know this, God's children, that Brother Rambler loves you, and the only reason I can love you is the title of the message: Hope of a Tree. If it be cut down, will it sprout and grow again? Absolutely, God's children. We want you to come on in and be with us. We don't have a sitting congregation. It's just me behind the pulpit. Bare minimum technology. Sometimes it freezes up on us, but you know what's there? The Holy Ghost is there. And when I see you log on, I know that you're there. I know that we're going to have a good time. We're going to have good church. And the Lord's got a great message. But know this, God's children, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact, and that Jesus can love you, and he does. Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And for those of you who heard me the other night, I kind of got my dander up. That's not like me. I'm a man of love and peace, and, so y'all just have to overlook that. But y'all take care of God's children. Steve, we love you, man. Be safe. You and Beth be safe. Get the missus home. And remember, toilet seat goes down. Cigarettes go outside. Quit cooking the pizzas and clean up after yourself. I love you, God's children. We'll shout at you later.
Yeah,
Bye, Steve.
There is a bit of a mess to clean up. I mean, this place goes to hell in a handbasket when the princess is gone. Hey, 10 before the hour, and plenty of room for you this Friday morning at 844-844-3388. Wednesday evening, of course, timing-wise, didn't work out. I had to be here. And, of course, this was all during my sleeping time. But, a couple of hundred of Jim Statmiller, a.k.a. our old buddy Squirrel's best friends, saying goodbye to the beloved radio salesman and former Q102 morning zoo personality Wednesday evening at the Horizon Community Church in Newtown, outskirts of Cincinnati. John Kieswetter he's been like the media beat writer is what that's what you'd call him. Yeah, what's going on in radio biz and whatnot. Shares the story. And we'll give you the rest of that coming up here. I know his Monkey Gouger, if he's back on the road, he shared some of his stories of the road over the years. But, well known in the radio community throughout this area, having been a salesman for a number of stations, radio and television both, and at one point in time, an on-air personality. All right, it's 9 before the hour. Back after this on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, John writes, Squirrel, as he was known to everyone. Seemed to know everyone in town when he worked in sales for numerous AM, FM, even television, for many, many years, selling the Truck and Bozo Network and eventually America's Trucking Network. Good friends. I used to get together with Squirrel every Friday. We'd meet up at the Perkins pancake joint. Just sit down, have some breakfast, talk about what events we had coming up, what plans we were going to be moving with for a number of years. According to the pastor, Jim had the unusual ability to know each one of us. He made you feel like you were his best friend. And yes, he could do that with everyone. Passed away June 13th at the age of 76. Three of his best friends, Hall of Fame catcher Johnny Bench and former Reds trainer Larry Starr and DJ Jim LaBarbera, the music doctor, music professor, I believe they called LaBarbera. They all spoke at the service Wednesday evening that opened with one of his... Back in the day, he did the Q102 Squirrel reports, analyzing Bruce Springsteen's I'm on Fire, a video of his 41st birthday, which was simulcast on Q102 and the WKRC Ira Joe Fisher show, was shown during the memorial gathering. On the 1980s radio spot, Squirrel recalled the night when the WKRQ FM DJs met Springsteen after his concert in Lexington After the DJs asked Springsteen about his music and his career, Squirrel said he finally asked his question. I said, Bruce, can I ask you a question? He said, yeah. I said, can I have some of those chocolate chip cookies over there? At the time, that was the most important thing on my mind. He said, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Star, which was the Reds' head athletic trainer, 1971 to 1992, actually met Squirrel at Ohio University, 1967. He was assistant athletic trainer for the baseball team. Squirrel, meanwhile, was the baseball team manager and fourth-string catcher. They roomed together on road trips and remained friends for 55 years. Starr recalled how his roommate, who struggled with grades at Ohio University, lived by two mottos. It's better to get a dishonest D than an honest F, and it's better to cheat than repeat. Leave it to Squirrel. When Starr worked for the Reds, Squirrel asked Starr for free Reds tickets 3 or 4 times a week, he says, so he could impress his clients. One time somebody asked how they got those tickets, and Squirrel replied, all those tickets were left by my very, very, very good friend, Johnny Bench. La Barbara, the music professor, who still hosts mornings on WDJO's Oldies Network, said he met Squirrel at the old Inner Circle nightclub back in '69. Squirrel introduced La Barbara to his wife, Sally, and he was actually in their wedding. Squirrel would often greet La Barbara at Adco Broadcasting by saying, Mr. Professor, what can I do for you? Once La Barbara mentioned he was planning to buy an expensive Accutron watch. A few days later, Squirrel gave him a new Accutron. Squirrel also stood in the rain for 3 hours, handing out campaign literature when La Barbara ran as a Sycamore Township trustee. Jim says, La Barbara said, the very mention of Squirrel just makes people smile. Of course, Johnny Bench, the 1968 National League Rookie of the Year, also met Squirrel when both were single. As Squirrel would say, I've been turned down by more women than the bedspreads at the Holiday Inn, said Johnny. Well, there you go. He was a special man. He's blessed each and every one of us, said Johnny Bench. Yeah, and Squirrel had become a very active member at the Horizon Community Church. The pastor said he even helped direct traffic in the parking lot for Sunday services. Starr said Squirrel turned down invitations for gatherings during the holidays because he was volunteering, serving meals at Cincinnati's City Gospel Mission. How about that? City Gospel Mission offers meals and comprehensive help to people in need. Plus, they've got a scholarship fund for inner city children to go to college or trade school. There you go. City Gospel Mission is matching any donations made in Squirrel's name. Squirrel, a.k.a. Jim Statmiller. All right. News update. Closing out hour number 2. Squirrel, you will be missed. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A federal grand jury is indicting the alleged supermarket shooter in Buffalo, New York. Peyton Gendron will be charged with 14 hate crime violations and 13 firearms offenses connected to the mass shooting at a Tops grocery store in May. Americans are growing increasingly concerned about the rise of gas prices. Senior advisor to President Joe Biden, Gene Sperling, explains on Fox News the effort President Biden is taking to keep gas prices lower.
The president is still doing the Strategic Petroleum Reserve release of 1 million a day. He's encouraging 60 million more from our peers. He is pushing refineries to open up more refinery capacity. He is pushing major gas companies to make sure that when oil prices are down, that is reflected in the pump.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Over the 4th of July weekend, Gadsden County in Florida reported 19 overdoses of fentanyl, 9 of which were fatal. Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio says the amount of fentanyl being smuggled across the border deserves more attention. He also shares with Fox and Friends his reaction to the overdoses in Gadsden.
They had a mass casualty event, over a dozen, maybe 2 dozen young people, contaminated drugs that were used, and they had this massive fentanyl overdose problem over the weekend there. It's a horrifying crisis.
Some 550 women who claim they were assaulted by Uber drivers are suing the ride-hailing service. A lawsuit filed says female passengers in a number of states were kidnapped, sexually assaulted, sexually battered, raped, falsely imprisoned, stalked, harassed, or otherwise attacked by Uber drivers. The company has not responded to the allegations. USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Inflation continues to be a hot topic on Capitol Hill. From the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau, Lance Pry has a story.
Raising taxes amid a 40-year record high inflation of 9.1% is unjustified because inflation is already a tax increase. That's according to Senator Chuck Grassley, the Republican from Iowa. He was on Newsmax. He says this will hit the middle class especially hard.
We Republicans on the Finance Committee just had a news conference this very day on that subject. And we Republicans were able to show that every cohort, as the IRS divides up into various income brackets, up to $400,000, every bracket below that is going to get some tax increase.
Authorities in southwestern Virginia say everyone is accounted for and there are no deaths after massive flooding hit the area. Over 100 homes sustained damage. Governor Glenn Youngkin declaring a state of emergency after dozens were listed as missing. 2 men are pleading guilty to trafficking wildlife from the Democratic Republic of Congo to Seattle. Federal prosecutors say in 2019 the men bought 49 pounds of ivory from the Congo, had it cut into smaller pieces and painted black. The packages were falsely labeled as wood. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Bauer's just toying with the competition in minis. Linville and Christensen score their first in a while. And it's onward to Central Indiana for the Grand National Tour. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. As I'm recording this report, the NTPA crew and its great competitors are heading home from Dodge City, Kansas after a rousing second edition of the Wild West Grand Nationals. Class winners included Chris Linville of Osgood, Indiana and his Ridge Runner, and Adam Spiegelberg of Weyowego, Wisconsin and his Detonator Black in light superstock. Steve Blagrave of Ackerley, Texas and his Red Horse, and Steve Burge of Linton, Indiana and his Lock and Load in superstock diesel. Doug Christensen of Glencoe, Minnesota and his Pack Rat 6, and Marty Clark of Hartford City, Indiana and his Just Like Clockwork in two-wheel drive. Carmen Foster of Fairgrove, Michigan and her foster child, and Mark Mangan of Goodhue, Minnesota and his Outlaw in four-wheel drive. Adam Bauer of Peyton, Iowa and his Iron Toy Twice in modified Mini. And Brett Berg of Farmington, Minnesota in his Moneymaker, and Tommy Owens of Montgomery, New York and his Ramblin' Rose in modified. We wish safe travels to all the pullers and to our dedicated fans who turned out for 2 awesome nights of smoke and noise at Raceway Park. And thanks also to the Dodge City staff and community for their outstanding hospitality. This is quickly becoming a destination event, folks. Be sure to mark it on your calendar for next year. A special congratulations to the Linvilles on their very first Grand National win, to Doug Christensen on his first in at least 16 years, and to Adam Bauer on his convincing sweep. Adam's other tractor, Cowboy Up, was second and third over the two nights. The two minis from the Bauer stable remained 1 and 2 in the point standings and have opened up a 13-point bulge back to third place Chase Richardson and his Vibrator. These minis, all 2,050 pounds and 3,000 horsepower of them, will next be in action at the Lions Super Bowl of South in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, the NTPA's second Super National event of the season, on Friday and Saturday, July 22nd and 23rd. They'll be joined by the Diesel Supers, Pro Stocks, four-wheel drives, and unlimited modifieds. Visit LionsSuperPole.com for tickets and event information. But first, it's the Johnson County Fair Pole, this coming Friday and Saturday, July 15th and 16th at 7 p.m. at the fairgrounds in Franklin, Indiana. There you'll see the Grand National Super Farms make their long-awaited season debut, along with the two-wheel drives and the Pro Stocks, at a pole that's certain to draw competitors heavily from the heart of the Hoosier State. Incoming point leaders are Jesse Petro of Camden, Ohio, and his Kathy's Complaint two-wheeler, and Danny Schmucker of Louisville, Ohio, and his Rampage Pro, while Ryan Anderson of Hoopston, Illinois, will be on hand with his Checkin' Out Super Farm to begin his title defense. Come to Franklin and see the NTPA's very best in 3 scintillating classes. For more information about the fair and its scheduled attractions, visit johnsoncountyfair.com. And of course, check out ntpapull.com for information on Franklin and all the great upcoming regional events in Charlotte, Michigan on Thursday and Friday, July 14th and 15th, Decorah, Iowa on July 14th, Logansport, Indiana on July 15th, and Wilmington, Ohio and River Falls, Wisconsin on Saturday, July 16th. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, some of that pull-in action already underway. On Thursday night, other events as you just mentioned tonight, Friday night, Saturday night. Okay, welcome back on a Friday, TGIF. Set to get the weekend underway. Love's Travel Centers continues to expand, and this past day, Love's opened a new store, Ogle County, Illinois. Brand new 12,000 square foot store off I-39 at exit 111. That's in Monroe Center, Illinois. Some of the typical amenities. What do you see here? Opening next Monday, I believe it is, Godfather's Pizza and a Subway. 70 truck parking spaces. So new places to park, right? 7 diesel bays, 6 showers, laundry facilities, cat scale, and a dog park. There you go. More parking opportunities there. And we spoke several nights this week about AB5 in California. Haven't really heard about any impacts yet, as AB5 is technically now supposed to be being enforced in the trucking community. Update yesterday from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. They wrote a letter to California Governors Gavin Newsom this past day, providing some of their reasoning for opposing the law and looking for answers to several questions regarding how this is going to be enforced. Now, they do say until these answers come, we request that the governor, delay enforcement of AB5 when it comes to the trucking sector. We are asking you to announce a delay in enforcement of AB5 in the trucking industry until the state fully considers how the law is going to affect small business truckers and provides remedies to ensure that independent contractors are not forced to be reclassified as employees. We ask you to answer the following questions, and there were several of them. Number one, will AB5 have any impact on owner-operators with their own authority, i.e., with their own U.S. DOT number? For the record, we would argue owner-operators with their own authority are outside the reach of AB5, they said. Next, will AB5 effectively prohibit all traditional lease agreements between owner-operators and motor carriers? Does the state believe owner-operators leased to a carrier would be able to satisfy the business-to-business provision, so they're governed by the Borello standard? Next, will AB5 apply to owner-operators who are residents of California but are leased to a motor carrier that might be domiciled in another state? Good question. Will AB5 apply to an owner-operator who is a resident of another state but who is leased to a carrier domiciled in California? Will AB5 apply to drivers that only pass through California but did not begin or end a trip there? A couple more. Some owner-operators are leased to a motor carrier but own more than one truck. The owner-operator, i.e. the truck owner, might hire their own employees to operate their other truck and pay applicable payroll taxes, employee benefits, and whatnot. In essence, a motor carrier has a lease agreement with an owner-operator or truck owner, but the owner-operator supplies their own employees to drive the truck. Will AB5 allow or prohibit an operation like this? And lastly, does or will California have a website or a phone number, something available for anyone potentially impacted by the law to ask questions and get some timely answers? Lots of unanswered questions there. Yes, indeed. All right, we'll get to the Eagle. Let's try again. Take two. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you had another call come through when you put me on. Yeah, Steve, there's so much to talk about. It's ridiculous. I may have to call back in a little bit later on the night. I don't even know where to start, but I'm going to start on somebody that lives in the state that you live, claims that he does come from the state that you live in. and that's good old. I've talked about this loser before, so I'm gonna put him in the same category. We got another name to put him with now. He joins the list of Colin Kaepernick and Brittany Griner, and that's good old LeBron James. This guy LeBron James, he put his foot in his mouth once again, Steve. Once again, Mr. LeBron James opened up his big mouth. He should have listened to Laura Ingraham and just shut up and dribble. He had the nerve to say that maybe Brittany Griner would be better off not to come back to the United States. Did you hear that comment he made?
I did not. No, sir.
Well, yeah, he was bad-mouthing the U.S. again. This is a man who receives money from the Chinese government, just like the president, the so-called president that we have in this country. Like I say, he is a disgrace. You know, he made some comments a couple of weeks ago about the situation with the man that got shot 60 times in Akron, Ohio, where he comes from. Where he opened his mouth up before he looked at the facts, and he ended up looking like an idiot once again. I say LeBron James, they pay you to play basketball, my man, not to get involved in politics. Your best bet is to shut up and just play basketball and forget about the politics. Because if LeBron James go get involved in politics, Steve, and police situation, he could at least update himself on the facts before he open up his big mouth. That's all I can say to this loser, LeBron James, and I'm about fed up with him and Colin Kaepernick and anybody else like this guy. Now let's talk about this other situation, Steve. It almost sickens me. Like I say, I was at home when the video was released of this incident that took place in Texas. I just came back out on the road today. Now, I'm pretty sure you discussed it, but I didn't have a chance to listen to the show. These officers, or whatever you want to call them, these guys, all of them should be terminated. All of them. And charges should be brought upon these guys. These guys, like I said, at first it was hearsay, Steve, about whether these guys did what they were supposed to do. Now we got video evidence of these guys standing out in the hallway like a bunch of cowards. Meanwhile, kids are being shot. This is totally uncalled for. And now one of the local officials down in Texas had the nerve. Can you believe this, Steve? He had the nerve to say that the news reporters were cowards because they released this video. No, my man, you didn't want the video to come out because you didn't want people to see what your office didn't get the job done. Your people are the ones that are cowards, not the news reporter. The news reporter was doing what he was supposed to do, and that was putting the video out so the American people can see just exactly what happened. So get your, that needs to get his facts straight before he calls somebody a coward. This local official down in Texas, forgot what this guy's name is. But you know something, Steve. These schools are normal. We talked about this over and over again. These schools are no more safer than they was than the day that punk walked into that school. And my advice, I've already talked to my sister, and I've already made my decision. Because like I say, I live in Texas. I've already made my mind up. My kids are not going to school. Whatever the first day of school is in Texas, guess what? My kids will not be going into no local Texas public school because I know for a fact these schools are not safe, and I'm not going to put my kids' life in jeopardy, as simple as that, until they can get these schools fortified. Now, let's talk about this other deal, Steve. This guy, Joe Biden, I don't know if you've seen the latest video. I don't know why this guy won't just go ahead and resign, Steve, and do everybody a favor. His dementia is getting worse and worse and worse. And once again, did you see when he was in Israel, he turned from the podium to shake an invisible man's hand again today? Did you see that?
Another invisible handshake. No, I missed that. That's
Yeah,
great.
go on the internet and take a look at that after I hang up with you. He shook the hand of another invisible man again in Israel. Joe Biden, like I say, this guy's making one mistake after another with this guy. His dementia is getting worse and worse and worse. Yeah, like I say, at first I thought Joe Biden could make it into 2024, but it's looking more and more. I don't think Joe Biden, I don't know if he can make another 2 years. I don't know if he can make another 2 years at the rate he's going, Steve. He's deteriorating very, very rapidly, and it's not looking too good. But like I say, you already know what the other part of the deal is. and that's even worse if you could believe that, and that's Kamala. That's even worse. If it's possible to get worse than Joe Biden, Kamala is the next step after him. So, like I say, either way, when it comes to the White House, Steve, the American people lose. Whether it's Joe Biden or Kamala, we're still gonna come out on the losing end of the stick. And you want to say this one last thing before I hang up with you, Steve. Donald Trump. I want to give him condolence to him and his family. I don't know if you heard the news.
Yes.
His first wife, she died today, unexpectedly. They say she fell down some steps. I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm pretty sure Donald Trump is upset about that. So, like I say, I want to give my condolences out to the Trump family and people that support Donald Trump, on losing his, ex-wife. And thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Hey, have a great weekend, Eagle. Thanks for checking in this morning, and there you go. And it is 844-844-3388. So we all wait, bated breath, for the president to visit Saudi Arabia today, taking the historic flight from Tel Aviv, which is truly a wonderful thing, but what happens next is anyone's guess right now. There's a lot of speculation, they say, that he's going to try to avoid shaking hands with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, which probably won't be a great way to start off negotiations. Maybe this will be the first fist bump summit. Or maybe Biden will resort to shaking hands with the air again, as Eagle just mentioned, yet again. But then again, what's being negotiated, if anything, and why? Biden tries to say the objective for this visit is to bolster security and policy issues. It's not about oil, he says. But we all know what would really benefit the United States is for Biden to convince the key OPEC nation to pump more oil, right? Yeah, this premise is, of course, absurd. We have plenty of untapped energy resources right here at home that we're not even attempting to access and provide at least a small degree of relief at the pump. So what really is the point of the visit anyway? Maybe we'll never know, and many of you probably will never even care, really. All right, with that, we'll get back to your calls in 2 here on a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, rolling toward news break here. Just a few minutes away. Let's see. Who we got on the line? Somebody wanting to talk about the Iowa 80, I believe it is.
Oh, hey, Steve. This is Mead.
I'm sorry, say it again?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Mead?
What's going on, Mead?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm friends with you on Facebook. I don't know if you ever see my post, but anyway. Oh, I'm heading out towards, I would have been there earlier. I got held up by Indianapolis for 10 hours a day for a couple pallets. But anyway, it is what it is. Normally I'm a day driver, so I'm doing nights now or tonight. I just wanted to say hi. I listen to you all the time. I'm a first-time caller. I was wondering if you're still giving out codes.
Yeah, I was looking at the screen there. I'm looking for my little pad to take your number down. Yes.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Yeah, actually, I was going to a little testimony. I got a 2022 Peterbilt 579, and I've driven it since with 100 miles on it. And I've been running EDT in it, and I just 17 months. I'm turning 200,000 miles here in 106 miles.
Wow!
So I've done that many miles, and yeah. Anyway, so I'm getting better fuel mileage, and my company. I work for a small company out of Rigby, Idaho, and they reimburse me for it. I try to convince the other drivers to do it, and they don't, And then we got one truck with less miles than mine. He's having DEF problems with his truck, and I haven't had one problem. Thing runs great. My fuel mileage it's the best in the fleet. So the stuff really works. So I'd like to get some stuff for my cars, but like I said, I use it all the time, and I get reimbursed for it. So
how about that? All right, can't beat that.
Yeah, it's a great product, and I really love it.
So you say
I love your show, and
you say you're headed to the Iowa 80. You're getting in there for the show today, or?
Yeah, I'm going to be there in a couple hours, get a little nap, and I'm going to get up and check out the festivities. But I see some flashing of light around. I was wondering what was going on out here, how the weather was. I don't know if you gave a weather report yet.
I was supposed to go back. I said I would check the Iowa 80 forecast there for Walcott. Yeah, somebody else said that they were seeing a little bit of lightning there in parts of Iowa. I'm kind of refreshing on the radar here. Yeah, right now, you've got there eastern Iowa, some showers this morning, definitely. Cedar Rapids,
okay.
From Cedar Rapids to Dubuque to that's the region. I'm not even sure where is Walcott in proximity to that. Is it toward Dubuque?
It's pretty close to the Illinois border, so it's more in the eastern part. Not far from the Illinois border. It's northern Iowa.
Okay.
It's above the 80,
Gotcha.
So, but anyway, we'll see what happens. I'll spend a few hours there tomorrow, and I got to get up to Boise by Monday. So.
All right. Well, enjoy the show. Thank you for checking in. I appreciate that, being a first-time caller this morning. And watch for your text message. I'll get you a code there for hotshotsecret.com. I'll forward that. I got you, and I've got one of they typically do the codes on Fridays. Had the other first-time caller shakedown earlier this week. Yeah, get them codes turned in. Yeah, looking at kind of zooming in on Iowa City to Cedar Rapids, northward to Manchester, eastern on over toward Ricky Roadways neck of the woods in Dubuque, Iowa. Yeah, showers, even a few thunderstorms there in the mix this morning. Let's get our news break, and we'll come back rolling into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Joe Biden's upcoming trip to Saudi Arabia has drawn criticism because of the country's human rights violations. In Jerusalem, the president said he has never been silent about human rights. Appearing on Fox News, Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton reacts to the president's remarks.
Joe Biden should stop condemning and trying to ostracize their de facto leader, Mohammed bin Salman, and work with them to bring down the price of oil here for Americans' families here at home.
He says the Biden administration also needs to ramp up domestic oil production. The nation's unemployment lines are getting a little bit longer. The Labor Department reporting 244,000 Americans filed first-time jobless claims last week, 9,000 more than the week before. USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel.
They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, there you go. I looked it up for you there, Mead. That would explain why you're seeing some lightning right in the direction you're headed there, because Walcott's actually right in the mix of that. The National Weather Service put out a special weather statement. Yeah, some decent storms. It's not strong enough to reach severe thunderstorm criteria, but they've got this little box highlighted that stretches from Walcott south down to Grandview, Muscatines, like right in the middle, Tipton, Iowa, Lone Tree. Yeah, 30-mile-an-hour winds and half-inch hail possible. So again, just a special weather statement till 2:15 Central Time, as some of those storms are pushing through as we speak. Now, here a couple of hours ago, the National Weather Service out of the Quad Cities said, showers and scattered storms are forming at the time over northern Iowa, continuing to develop, sliding southeast across eastern Iowa and northwestern Illinois through the overnight hours. Lightning and locally heavy rainfall were the primary threats, and that's pretty much what they're seeing there. But again, 30-mile-an-hour winds. Obviously, with the first day of the Walcott Truckers Jamboree in the books this past evening, they've got a lot of tents and stuff set up out there, and I can imagine just people with a lot of money worth of stuff. Hopefully, those tents hold up in those 30-mile-an-hour winds, right? Batten down the hatches. Forecast, I guess, once these storms move through early today, forecast is looking better. As I look ahead, it's just showing showers in the forecast Friday. Should have a high of about 82. Saturday is showing just partly cloudy now, not showing rain in the forecast, high of 84. Overnight lows in the upper 60s, so not too bad for this time of year. Because I've heard people say you never know with the Jamboree. Showers, thunderstorms, might be 105 degrees in the shade on some years. So at least temperature-wise, that's almost ideal temperatures for the next couple days. Would that be Shadow Chaser this morning?
Yes, it is, Steve. Good morning.
Morning.
I safe trip there this weekend going down Nashville and stuff. How's Lisa doing? She get over her COVID?
Yep, she's all better. She's fine now, absolutely, and she's doing well. Spending time with Aunt Frances down there. So, and I'll get to see her for the first time. I'll get to see her for the first time in over a week later today.
That's good. Hey, I was going through a rough time here last week. My little doggy here, originally in the truck there, she had cancer, so I had an operation here a week ago Friday. A week ago today, she's come through fine. She's back in the truck here. She's doing good. My little doggy here.
Huh.
And not only that, they found a tick on her. Is turbo block doors, Steve?
Oh, yeah, he goes out. He loves laying out in the yard.
Check on him so he don't get no ticks. they found one on my little doggy here. And I never found one down there before, but they found one on her.
Yep. Got to watch them. Yep.
Hey, last week you were talking about the James Bond movies. Last week.
Yeah. Who was your favorite actor in all the various Bonds over the years?
Timothy Dalton. You ever see that movie License to Kill?
Yeah.
And they had all them Kenworth trucks that had special edition. Every once in a while, you see one on the road. Remember that Kenworth? They had that movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
They had that 007 special edition. Every once in a while, you see one on the road.
Yeah, Roger Moore was my favorite Bond character.
Hey, you get down Nashville, Steve, you go around Bradley Parkway or on the east side of Nashville. You remember Cooter from Dukes of Hazzard?
Sure.
He's got a garage. I believe he's got a garage or museum there, right there in Nashville, Steve.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have a lot of time to get out and do stuff and see things while we're there. Yeah, I'll be checking in later today, and of course the funeral. As soon as the funeral's over, then it's back to Tullahoma, Tennessee. Yeah, spend a few hours there, then it's again back to Chattanooga. Driving. Yeah, I'll get to cross Mont Eagle over the weekend. I get to go all kind of adventures out there. See, I just saw a post there. Hey, Ricky Roadway is in Walcott, or he was there this past day. Sent me a link to a video that I haven't had a chance to see that yet. But yeah, world's largest truck stop, Rick Tittle, a.k.a. Ricky Roadway, on the scene. Let's see. He said this video keeps looking up for only a few seconds, so bear with it. It's about 11 minutes long, but so I guess it's he's going to give me a little tour, show me around what's going on there at the world's largest truck stop for the Walcott Jamboree, which is underway, of course. All right, who we got? Is that Mike on board this Friday? Hello, Mike.
Mike, no, this is Buckwheat here.
Buckwheat, okay.
The last time I called in, you called me Mike, too. Well, that computer there mustn't be working so well, but that's all right.
It never has. Never has. Voice recognition technology, Buckwheat.
Yes. This week, our drivers were handed a notice from our company that starting July 28th, New Jersey State is going to be running a ticket writing blitz where they're going to be watching speeding. And they want to have 50 officers at any given time taking radar or available to write tickets, and they want a ticket written every 5 minutes. So I would say they want to do that for 30 days, and their goal is to collect $9 million, so they're looking for money. So anybody going through Jersey the month of August probably should watch their speed a little bit. Or they want to donate to the officers campaign, they can go right ahead.
So, I mean, they come right out and say they're planning to raise $9 million?
Yep, that's exactly what they said. The first $1 million will go to cover the cost of taking the officers' pay. And then after that, I guess that's all profit,
Wow.
So, yeah, my truck has that radar in the front, and when I was coming back yesterday on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, I had 2 cars pass me going 139 mile an hour, and I mean they were like by me in a flash, and sort of scared me a little bit. But then the thing that made me laugh was there was a minivan chasing them at 100 mile an hour. So I guess the soccer mom was a little late to her soccer tournament or something. But I also up there in the Bronx, there's I think was it 2 weeks ago or a week ago, a bodega owner, which is a little grocery store, got attacked because he did not want to give a lady a bag of chips because she didn't have the money. and she said that she's going to go get her boyfriend. And so her boyfriend comes and starts getting upset at this bodega owner for not giving his girlfriend the chips. And he jumps over the counter and starts beating up the guy. And so the store operator, he went and stabbed him with a box cutter, just slit his throat, which killed him.
Oh, wow.
And so the problem is that the district attorney in New York decided to throw the bodega owner in the jail because that was excessive use of force to kill the guy. But this here guy had a long rap sheet. He was just released out of prison, and he was just a bad dude. But yet he's being the guy who was defending himself is being held liable for murder because he shouldn't have killed the guy because he was beating him up. But
so I guess I'm assuming they don't have what do they call it, a stand your ground laws there kind of thing.
No, they don't. They don't. But the district attorney is actually, the people are rising up and making fuss about the situation because they don't. I mean, that's not right. You know, a guy, you know, jumps the counter and comes and starts beating up on you. You don't know what he's going to do. You don't know that if he's armed or not. But you know, but yeah, in New York, they just had a report this week that the Gristedes and D'Agostino's grocery stores, I used to deliver eggs to them. They are not prosecuting anybody who steals less than $1,000. So, like, yeah, their shoplifting is up 30% this year. They're just taking meat and walking out the door with it.
Yeah.
They don't get in trouble.
Wow. I mean, that's kind of like a page right out of what they were doing in California. Hell, it's up to 900, I think they can take.
Yeah, well, New York is 1,000, so get away with more in New York. I guess they want to be on the record books for that. But, you know, so anyhow, this world is it's changing, and I just wish that, you know, I'm glad this world's not my home. I'm just passing through. That's the phrase I always use. And I do like to listen to Rambler, you know, at the Determined Ministries Church. But I'm not so sure. But his phrase about that 30,000 pounds of bananas, that song, I did listen to it on your last news break there at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. And, it is in my head now. And I'm not sure if I'm going to follow Rambler because, I'm going to be thinking about 30,000 pounds of squash bananas all day.
So his mission is accomplished, right? Got the worm, the earworm.
Yes, he does. But anyhow, well, that's all I have, and I guess I'll speak at you later.
Thank you for checking in, Buckwheat. Have a great weekend. All right, Larry, I saw your email last evening because he had the heading New Jersey starting July the 28th, and it was a link to a Facebook post, but it wouldn't come up. And I just clicked on the link here, and it says this content not available. So it's a spoiled link, whatever it is. But I did do a quick search, and obviously that's what he was talking about, starting July the 28th. New Jersey State Police cracking down on speeding. Following an uptick in aggressive driving and traffic fatalities, fines for speeding will more than triple. A violation for speeding will increase from $44 to $173 starting August 15th. It's part of a new no-tolerance anti-speeding campaign. Now, as Buckwheat just mentioned, they say there will be 50 state troopers on duty at all times during the 30-day speed crackdown. So round the clock. There will also be 30 new and unmarked police cruisers. Now, some drivers who spoke to News 12 New Jersey say they welcome the extra enforcement. A lot of fatalities. I hear it every day. Garden State Parkway especially, said one resident. I think that the cops are getting these people off the roads. It makes people safe. I mean, my mom's out there on the road. I do think it's a good idea. There's people going 100 miles an hour, especially if there's a drunk driver. Yeah, I can see the pros and cons of both. Any driver found to be driving without the proper documentation could also face a fine of up to $513. And as Buckwheat mentioned there, an estimated $9 million will be generated in speeding tickets during this campaign. So starting July 28th, 9 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I try to get the story pulled up from out in Arizona. Actually, let's see. Todd sent this my way from, what is it, Boulder City? Talking earlier this week, we mentioned Lake Mead first of all. Then we talked about the Great Salt Lake, which they're saying it's about Salt Lake, about half the size it used to be. The drought. The water levels down, and from Boulder City, Nevada, an abandoned old power boat just sticking upright from the cracked mud like a giant tombstone. Its epitaph may read, "Here lay the waters of Lake Mead." The largest U.S. reservoir has shrunk to a record low, and the demands of 40 million people in 7 states who are sucking the Colorado River dry. The mega drought. Of course, the wildfire season has become longer, blazes more intense, scorching temperatures, breaking records. The lakes are shriveling. But the receding waters of Lake Mead National Recreation Area have revealed the skeletal remains thus far of 2 people, along with countless fish that have become a graveyard of forgotten and stranded watercraft. Houseboats, sailboats, motorboats have been beached, creating a rather surreal scene in an otherwise rugged desert landscape. A buoy that once marked a no-boat zone sits in the dirt, not a drop of water anywhere in view. Even a sunken World War II era craft that once surveyed the lake has emerged from the ebbing waters. Nature did not create this stillwater paradise for fishing, camping, and kayaking. The mighty Colorado River that divides Nevada from Arizona once flowed beneath the walls of Black Canyon until the Hoover Dam was erected in 1935 for irrigation, flood control, and hydropower, of course. But this reservoir is now at 30% of capacity. Its level has dropped 170 feet since reaching a high water mark in 1983, which leaves a bright white line of mineral deposits on the Brown Canyon walls that looms over passing boats. Yeah, that line, a 15-story high building. Wow. Most of the boat ramps have been gated. The marina docks have been moved into deeper waters. There's a sign that marks the water level from the year 2002 that inconceivably stands above a road that descends to boat slips off in the distance. Well. Just boats sitting out there in what used to be the lake, which is now almost a dead lake, I guess you'd call it. Hey there, Scarecrow, what's going on this Friday?
Coincidentally there, Steve, 2, maybe 3 weeks back, I ran across a YouTuber who would put regular pieces about the lake. I don't remember how long he's been doing this now, and I'd forgotten all about him. But the piece that I caught, though he had made like the day prior, there was only one boat landing still open to the public, on the entire lake. And yeah, it looked like a road driving, down to the water area. Oh yeah, it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of yards away from where normally would be, and there was at that time, unless you got there very early in the morning, it was literally hours for a person to finally get access. Waiting in line. So, and the speculation was then that how much longer recreational activity would still be available, for them. Anyway, buckwheat could maybe be worse. You could have Elvira running through his head all night long, but I guess I'm going to have to queue up the bananas just before I fully pass judgment on it there. I get back to the issues at hand here. Yeah, trying to remember last start of the week here, Monday. Did you reference Monday was your favorite day of the week, or was that a tongue-in-cheek?
Absolutely.
Tongue-in-cheek moment?
You know what it is.
Yuck. Oh, man, I hit Friday, and Bride will say, yeah, it's Friday, thank goodness. And of course, I can get under her skin by saying, yeah, but we're just one day closer to Monday that way, But gosh, here comes that doggone brain fart again. I had a whole string of things to occupy her time with. But, yeah, Steve, referencing back to grown up years, you remember when you was a kid and somebody'd ask you how old you were, and you were probably 5.5 or 6 3/4. You're always wanted to be a little older than you actually were.
Yeah.
Well, then that progressed. It's pretty cool when you were a teen. Of course, then everybody was referring to you as a teen. Well, and then as the teen years went by, you couldn't wait to not be a teen anymore. It's going to be a whole lot better when you could become 20. You feel a lot more like an adult when you're not a teen anymore. Well, and time progresses, and auto loans and mortgages and all that good stuff snowball and come raining down on you. Steve, when do those golden years start that we keep hearing about?
The golden years.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting closer.
Well, I don't know if I can hold my breath and make it there or not. It just seems like there's something I've referenced before about waiting for the next shoe to fall. Well, it was about a year back when I did that rotator cuff thing, and then about 3 months after that, I re-injured the same thing. Well, now, then, it was 2 months back. I was acting about half of my age when I pulled that hamstring. Well, and you're 2 nights back, message from my bride there, that Foster pooch from California. He'd made his way to the lower level of our house, and that's a fair number of steps. Well, he's half German Shepherd, and it kind of appears that he's got the bad hip issue going, that they have. And he's, I don't know, 13, 14 years old now. So, but either way, so he maintained well until I got home in the morning and carrying him up the steps. Well, I think I was maybe leaning forward a little too far. So outstretched the same leg that had the injury from the hind end pull there. I must have overextended it because, when you hear tendons kind of tearing and snapping, you get that crunching sensation that gets right to your soul. Well, yeah, that felt really good. So now a few days I've been nursing that, although the ride tonight hasn't been bad at all. But anyway, last night you mentioned, somebody had mentioned that Bill Gates has been buying up acreage.
Farmland, yeah.
He, we hear about him intending to give away his fortunes and whatnot. Well, there's really never been much safer investment than land. It maybe fluctuates some, but I'm not aware of it dropping in value. Just wonder, maybe that's a little way of him securing some of his fortunes, for the future and such. Just a thought, anyway. Years back, a fella that I owned the trucking company I worked for, he said, Crow, God only created so much land. Land is one thing they do not build anymore of or make anymore of, so to speak. So, it's just something that I've been thinking about anyway. You also mentioned, I think it was auto sales are flattening out and whatnot just only so much of the public can afford those ridiculous payments and whatnot anymore.
Mm-hmm.
There's a report on the tube. That was a couple nights back. Also, apparently, the housing market is finally, flattened out too.
Yep.
Realtors, they don't have lines of people waiting, for the open houses anymore. And there's actually cutting prices, I guess, asking prices and whatnot. So yeah, that, the idea that that there's going to be a bidding war, it kind of sounds like that's maybe coming to an end.
Yeah, for the last year and a half, nearly 2 years, if you put a house on the market, hell, you'd immediately get a bid for $1,000, $5,000 more than your asking price. And yeah, the bidding wars, that's been going on. All these things are signs that the economy is beginning to slow down. I mean, technically, with the increasing of the interest rates, that's the intention, is to slow things down to cool the inflation. But all right, we got to get our news update here as we crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday for our friends out there. 3:05 Eastern Time on a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Bodies of migrants who died in a Texas tractor trailer has arrived in Mexico. This comes after days of preparation and donations to cover funeral costs. The investigation continues into the smuggling ring that ultimately abandoned the trailer of 53 migrants on the outskirts of San Antonio on a day temperatures neared 100 degrees. U.S. authorities have arrested 4 people, including the truck's driver. The head of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has directed agents to take several steps to protect the parental rights of immigrant detainees with underage children. This is all according to an agency memo that was published Thursday. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
There is a fentanyl problem.
Over the 4th of July weekend, Gadsden County in Florida reported 19 overdoses of fentanyl, 9 of which were fatal. Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio says the amount of fentanyl being smuggled across the border deserves more attention. He also shares with Fox and Friends his reaction to the overdoses in Gadsden.
They had a mass casualty event, over a dozen, maybe 2 dozen young people, contaminated drugs that were used, and they had this massive fentanyl overdose problem over the weekend there. It's a horrifying crisis.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Italian Premier Mario Draghi offered to step down Thursday after a populist coalition ally refused to support a key government bill. But the nation's president rejected the resignation. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A federal judge temporarily halted a subpoena demanding testimony from South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham in a Georgia special grand jury investigation into former President Donald Trump's behavior after losing the 2020 election. Graham filed a motion earlier on Wednesday in the U.S. District Court in South Carolina in an effort to avoid testifying about Trump's efforts to overturn the state's 2020 election results. Graham's subpoena calls for him to be available to appear before the special grand jury on August 2nd. Two teens have been charged with third-degree murder after security footage went viral, showing a group fatally beating a Philadelphia man to death with traffic cones. The 73-year-old died in the hospital a day after the June 24th beating, police say. The 14-year-old boy and girl arrested have both been charged as adults. It is unclear whether the other children captured on security footage, which totals 7, will face similar charges. Two people were bitten by a shark within hours of each other off the coast of New York, making it the 4th and 5th shark attacks off of Long Island in 2 weeks. Scientists cite warming ocean temperatures and a resurgence of bunkerfish for the shift in sightings. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
On a Friday, TGIF. Hope you've had a great week. Our number, 844-844-3388. All right. Why does Bill Gates keep buying farmland? Questions people ask. Gates is just using farmland to make agri-tech and financial investments. Owning farmland is one of the most prudent financial investments you can make right now. Farmland is an investment with low volatility. Next question, how much land is owned by Bill Gates? A couple months back, May 2nd, at that point in time, he is considered the largest private owner of farmland in the country with 269,000 acres across dozens of states, according to the last year's edition of the Land Report 100, which is the annual survey of the nation's largest landowners. Yeah. Who owns the most land in the USA? So he's one of the tops anyway. Yeah, why are billionaires buying land is the next question. Well, as we know, food prices have skyrocketed. Farmland owners benefit this upswing. This makes a highly effective inflation hedge, even better than most stocks or bonds. So it's not a big surprise why billionaires have invested heavily in purchasing land in recent years. Okay. Yeah, there's a good question. How much land in the United States does China own? At the turn of the century, Chinese owners owned about 192,000 acres of farmland in the United States, according to the Department of Agriculture. By 2019, the USDA said foreign ownership of U.S. acres exceeded 35.2 million acres. Wow. A 60% increase from the decade before. Why are we selling our land to foreigners anyway? All right, want to jump in? We got plenty of room for you here. Lines have cleared up. It's 844-844-3388. From the New York Times this past day, they say, under the headline, a very dangerous situation. We've been talking about chip shortages since, almost prior to the pandemic, really highlighted during the pandemic, and it continues today. The most advanced category of mass-produced semiconductors used in smartphones, military technology, and much, much more is known as 5NM, 5 Nancy Mary. A single company in Taiwan known as TSMC makes about 90% of them. U.S. factories make none. The U.S. struggles to keep pace in semiconductor manufacturing have already had economic downsides. Many jobs in the industry pay more than $100,000 a year, and the United States has lost out on them. Long term, the situation also has the potential to cause a national security crisis. If China were to invade Taiwan and cut off exports of semiconductors, the American military would be at risk of being overmatched by its main rival for global supremacy. For these reasons, a bipartisan group of senators have negotiated a bill last summer that included $52 billion to jumpstart the domestic semiconductor industry, as well as other measures to help the U.S. compete economically with China. This would offer the kind of semiconductor subsidies that other countries, including China, South Korea, Japan, India, and Germany provide. Without these subsidies, companies like Intel and Broadcom would probably choose to build new factories outside the U.S. This was, again, passed last summer, but the Senate's semiconductor bill has still not become law. Why? The House spent months negotiating its own bill, passing one in February. Since then, the House and Senate have failed to resolve the differences between the two bills. And Mitch McConnell, the Republican Senate leader, recently threatened to scuttle the talks. You'd think in this day and age, we've all very clearly learned we've got to reduce and get our dependence on these foreign countries, especially the likes of China. We've got to get out from under that. There is a broad consensus among many experts that the president, an overwhelming majority of Democrats in Congress, and a number of Republicans as well, believe that the government has to act, but to date, they still have not. Now, they try to explain the strongest argument against the subsidies is that they would be a handout to the semiconductor industry. The bill would use taxpayer dollars to benefit large companies that already make a profit on the products they sell. Now, in economic terms, that makes a lot of sense. But do not geopolitical issues matter as well? Political leaders in other countries have already decided to offer subsidies for semiconductor manufacturing because they want some of that manufacturing in their countries. And we damn sure better get some going here. If we do not offer subsidies, we will continue to struggle to attract factories. Already, the U.S. market share of all semiconductor manufacturing has fallen to about 12% from what was 37% just 30 years ago. We're going the wrong direction. But yeah, the one thing that jumps out there, the much needed semiconductors that are made by that single company in Taiwan, China's got us over a barrel, politically. They manufacture 90% of them. You think we've got problems with manufacturing? Just think of all the things that these chips go in. And in this day and age, damn near everything you touch. Do you notice nowadays if you buy a fan? We bought a fan a few months ago. It actually has a remote control. You've got these, the lights. There's remote control for the lights. There's a remote control for the clock. There's a remote control for the television. There's a remote for this air conditioning unit here in the bunker. Everything has a remote. Everything uses those chips to operate. In a world of hurt without them. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I shared a story, earlier this week. I think that was a case out of Texas, I think it was. CDL scheme, issuing CDLs without the individuals actually even taking the driving test, right? In other words, people that have no business owning a CDL or driving a truck for that matter. Maybe it kind of explains why we're seeing so many scenarios. Did you catch the latest viral video this week? It didn't say where it was, but you got a big truck. Swift was on the trailer, by the way. Surprise, surprise. But at a truck stop somewhere, the guy's backing the truck up. Front right tire, it literally has come off the rim. But nonetheless, he's still backing up, and the front of the cab ends up going over the curb, takes out a fire hydrant. And yes, when it snapped off the fire hydrant, all of a sudden, so there's water pouring up from the ground. And after he goes over the fire hydrant, he pulls the truck back up. Again, I don't know where that was, but dude didn't know what he was doing behind the wheel. Where'd he get his license? Now, here's another example. Another domino has fallen in a federal criminal case accusing 16 people, including California Department of Motor Vehicle employees, of a CDL fraud scheme. Federal district judge has sentenced Ruvilia Lima, a truck driving school employee, to time served for her role in the fraud scheme after 4.5 years in litigation. She was scheduled for a jury trial coming up in September, but in May, she pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to commit bribery, 1 count of fraud. 9 other charges were dismissed. She was also ordered to serve 36 months of supervised release, but she's just one of 16 defendants named in this criminal complaint alleging a CDL fraud scheme between a California Department of Motor Vehicles location and a trucking company. All the defendants, they tell us, have reached a plea deal. But they say from September of 2014 to April of 2017, owners of truck driving schools in Southern California paid several Department of Motor Vehicle employees to pass their CDL applicants without having to take either the written or behind the wheel exams. Wow. Subsequently, the 2 Department of Motor Vehicle employees would access the agency's database and alter the applicant's records to incorrectly reflect passing examinations or past examinations. The owner of the truck driving schools, plurally, Jagdish, Jagpal, Parminder Singh, and Tahinder Singh. Does that all ring a bell? Yeah, a bunch of Sikhs, in other words. I'm thinking there's probably a whole bunch of Sikh drivers out there. We see them that have no business driving a truck. You think? All the Sikhs. In multiple undercover operations, agents posing as truck drivers were told by the owners of these schools you could pay anywhere from $1,500 to $9,000 to obtain a Class A CDL. Skatakli told FBI agents she received $200 for each passed written exam for the fraud scheme, and they would pay her $500 for each behind-the-wheel exam that she would fraudulently pass. The other woman, this is the Department of Motor Vehicle Workers. The other woman, Teresiano, said she received $100 for each written exam. Let's see. The one lady said she issued about 60 fraudulent licenses a month. Yeah, close to 150 fraudulent licenses. Yeah, maybe that explains it, you think? You'll wonder why we've got so many horrible drivers out there, because they don't know what they're doing. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Eagle, I'm going to jump back on board, and if you want to jump on in, otherwise clear lines as we make our way into the early hours of a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Biden is defending his decision to visit the Saudi crown prince, whom U.S. intelligence officials believe ordered the 2018 killing of a journalist. This is all as he kicks off his 5-day trip to the Middle East. The president stated that the Saudis are key to stabilizing the area and reiterating his devotion to human rights. Back in June, the president said he would not meet with the crown prince and promised to make the Saudis a, quote, pariah state during his campaign. Authorities have located all the 44 people who were reported unaccounted for in a remote part of southwest Virginia after a sudden and severe storms hit the area. There were no deaths reported in the flooding, but one person was injured from a snake bite. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Lebron Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, where we leave off there. Think about, let's get back to the calls. And again, plenty of room for you. Eagle been hanging in there. Take two. Yes, Eagle, you with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, gotcha. Welcome back. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the situation down here in Texas. I'm in Texas right now, and I'm rolling out. Yeah, Steve, I want to talk about this border situation. Hey, listen, Steve. Down here, I'm in Dallas, Texas right now. You can look it up after I hang up with you. They're talking about it right now on the radios in Dallas, in other Texas towns. This monkeypox deal, this virus of whatever you want to call it, is spreading like wildfire right now in Texas, especially in the Dallas area. And I read the other day that in San Francisco, California, they're trying to say that it's a disease that gay people have originated.
Right.
Okay, now that's the reason why so many people are tested positive in San Francisco, they say. But here's the deal, Steve. As you know, the border is wide open right now. They said that people from all nations are coming into America. This disease, they claim that it might have first developed in Africa. Okay, there are African people that are trying to make their way into the United States of America. And we don't know. We've gone over this before, Steve. We don't know if these people have the coronavirus. We don't know if they had a monkeypox. We don't know what these people have. And Joe Biden continues to leave the border wide open. Like I said, that was nothing but a photo op when the Mexican president came to the U.S. this past. So it accomplished nothing. Absolutely zero. People still walking across the border as we speak. And right now, Steve, there's somebody crossing into the United States illegally as I'm talking to you right now. And Biden, he's not going to do anything about it because he doesn't have any plans to do anything about it. So, like I said, but these things should all be getting his awareness. And then during the break, they were talking. I think they were talking about all the people that died of fentanyl. What was it? 11? Somebody was talking about that. They had some people got some bad drugs. I don't know if you hear your thing on the deal during your news break. They was talking about that. I forgot what state they said it was in, where all these young people supposedly died or something like that from this fentanyl, dangerous drugs. All kind of bad things are coming across the border, Steve. International terrorists, gang members, drugs, rapists, whatever. Biden continues to turn his back on the situation. Meanwhile, and then what about this, Steve? People say they're not concerned about it. This happened up there where you located at. The 10-year-old girl that was raped, guess what? She was raped by a illegal alien in this country. You heard that story, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yep.
Okay. Joe, that's another individual Joe Biden let in the country, and now you got a 10-year-old girl that got raped by an illegal alien. And that shouldn't have been in the country to begin with. And this is what is taking place under the authority of this guy, Steve. It's just out of control. And I wish American people would wake up and see what this man is doing with the U.S. border by letting these people in like this. Because and then he had the nerve to bring it up. Why would he bring that up, Steve? And during a news conference, he would bring up, when he was talking about abortion, and he just happened to use this 10-year-old's situation. Why would he even bring something up like that, knowing that he was the person that probably let the guy in the country to begin with? It just makes no sense. The situation. Nothing makes sense about this administration, Steve. Guy said the other day, make some sense of what's going on there is no making sense of what's going on. And the only good thing we can go on right now, Steve, is hopefully we can make it to November and the United States people do the right thing and vote and get some of these losers out of office, and then come 2024, make the right decision again and get the rest of these losers out of office and get a real president in the White House and make America great again. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, thank you for the heads up, Eagle. Have a great morning. All right, so I was looking at Texas. I guess Austin, Texas is where the headline was, where they've declared it's community spread monkeypox in Austin. Again, it's everything I've seen it's in the gay community, primarily men having sex with men. That's what story after story has said. I haven't seen anything otherwise. San Francisco, of course, right. We get large gay community, right? San Francisco may be close to declaring a public health crisis over the rising number of monkeypox in the city. According to Senator Scott Wiener this past day, earlier this week, the Department of Public Health tweeted that their walk-in clinic has been forced to close after running out of vaccine doses. About 1,700 residents of the city have received the monkeypox vaccine as of Wednesday. Wiener said in a statement that the vaccine rate is not increasing fast enough. Failure to control this outbreak poses a danger to residents. We need an enormous amount of additional vaccine doses, and we need it immediately. The federal government's failures. Once we move past this emergency, then we're going to need accountability for these failures. Failures that put people's lives and health in jeopardy. Former New York Mayor Bill de Blasio, he's still out there, playing the game. I guess he's actually running for office there. He's running for a seat in New York. You want more de Blasio? Earlier this week, he urged the federal government to increase the availability of the vaccines, invoked the Defense Production Act to fill the need for vaccines in the U.S., he says. There's no time to waste in a crisis like this. Monkeypox. All right, it's 844-3388. Gilligan, is this a legitimate story, or is this some satirical website? I don't recognize the site. Celebrity Gazers, like your Hollywood news and whatnot. But it says an Alabama middle school teacher has been placed on administrative leave after a mother read the shocking math quiz that her 8th grader was given. They've got a snapshot of this quiz, supposedly. Like the student took a picture of it, sent it to mom. It says, according to Fox 10, several 8th grade students at Burns Middle School were forced to take a math quiz that involved questions about drugs, guns, and prostitution. Erica Hall, the mother of an 8th grader at the school, was horrified when her son texted her a picture of the jaw-dropping assignment. Now, that's what I'm saying. You're looking at the quiz. Let me share a couple. Question number 1. Ramon has an AK-47 30-round clip. He usually misses 6 out of every 10 shots, and he uses 13 rounds per drive-by. How many drive-by shootings can Ramon attempt before he has to steal enough ammunition to reload? Really? And it just gets worse from there. Leroy has 2 ounces of cocaine. If he sells an 8-ball to Antonio for $320 and 2 grams to Juan for $85 per gram, what's the street value of the rest of his hold? Can't make this stuff up. Come on, that's got to be a satirical story, right? How about that? Dwayne pimps 3 hoes. If the price is $85 a trick, how many tricks per day must each hoe turn to support Dwayne's $800 per day crack habit? I'll stop there, but somebody do a little digging. That's got to be one of those Babylon Bee or satirical things. If it's legit, I would be very surprised. But all right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, there's been a lot of talk this week, of course, space in the news with the James Webb Telescope, the first full-color images being released, which were really quite impressive if you hadn't had a chance to see them yet. According to NPR this past day, they report astronomers at the MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, have picked up repetitive radio signals from a galaxy billions of light years from the Earth. Billions. Scientists have not been able to pinpoint the exact location of the radio waves yet, but they suspect the source could be neutron stars, which are made from collapsed cores of giant stars. The signals have been occurring steadily and last up to 3 seconds, according to researchers. Now, that's an eternity, when most fast radio bursts, as they call them, last like a few milliseconds. So 3 seconds. Within this window, the team detected bursts of radio waves that repeat every 0.2 of a second in a clear, periodic pattern, similar to a beating heart, according to MIT. On December 21 of 2019, researchers at the Dominion Radio Observatory in British Columbia, Canada, picked up a signal of a potential FRB. Not only was it very long, lasting about 3 seconds, but there were periodic peaks that were remarkably precise, emitting every fraction of a second, boom, 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 like a heartbeat. According to one of the researchers, this is the first time the signal itself is periodic. Anyway, data on the bursts, including their frequency and how they change based on where the source is located in proximity to Earth, may help them determine at what speed the universe is expanding. So all that the announcement out the radio signals right after the release of the first images of the universe from the James Webb Telescope, which images, they say, reveal galaxies more than 13 billion years away. Oh, that's more than a lifetime, huh? Okay. Well, you say, Chevy guy, happy Friday. What's going on out there?
Oh, yeah, nothing serious today. Just have a good time. You, by the way, you have a safe time with your family. And it's tragic, but at a time where y'all can get together and, safe travels. You need a promo for the monkeypox pandemic. And I don't know why tonight for some reason, and I can't even finish the whole song, but I can't, and I don't even know who the guy that sang it, but it's "Don't Mess with Another Monkey's Monkey." It just got me tickled to death. I mean, what next? I mean, it just,
I've never heard that one. Don't mess with another monkey's monkey. Don't mess with another monkey's monkey. Okay.
There you go. You look it up. It's there. I mean, it's a comedy song and it's funny, but it's come before long. You won't be able to say anything about it like AIDS. All of a sudden you had because of that community, it's going to have a political, backing on it. It's amazing. But, looking into that, I haven't seen the pictures yet, the galaxy and all, but it's just a reminder. I mean, they, look how, you look at another human being, a man on this earth, maybe black, yellow, white, you don't like them, for their culture's different. They're just, but Lord, look how precious and look how valuable a fellow human being is. Political differences, they're that valuable because we're very rare in this universe and apparently other universes. It's just amazing what the planet we're on. When we first moved to South Carolina, moved into an apartment complex. And I can only say this is they're just in like an S curve into it, and it was right there by a lake, a beautiful lake. You're not even a block away where you could go out and walk along the lake. It had a path with lights. You could walk at night, and it was beautiful. But as you drove into the complex, it's in the woods, S-curve, it was trash. It looked like a garbage truck blew up. And I'm living in South Carolina. You got palm trees. You got moss swaying in the breeze. It's beautiful down here. To me, it's paradise. Well, the city finally sends somebody down there, and they clean all that up. And I swear to you, in 2 weeks, it looked like nobody touched the place. But I guarantee you, every car in that apartment complex probably was cleaned out. There was nothing, no dirt, no trash, nothing in any of those cars in the apartment complex. And I believe that trash had to come from the people that went there because there's no reason anybody else would be going down that road. But the way we, trash you see on the road, it amazes me. I mean, we have such a valuable gift on this planet, and how we treat it. I'm very, I'm not one to go call and report anybody, but sometimes, I mean, you drive into a truck stop, and they've all left for the night guy crew all left. You go in there, get your cup of coffee, you walk out, and there's pee bottles, there's trash everywhere. It just, this place, they provide something for you, and you abuse it like that because somebody has to go out there and clean up that mess. Yeah. Or even now, you walk out of Walmart, and what do you see blowing on the ground? Those little plastic bags, and those masks are laying everywhere. Those little blue masks are everywhere on the Walmart parking lot. So, and by the way, it looks like we're going back to them because at the Walmart where I shop, they're making them wear the mask again. So, other than that, we're going to just sit back and cop the mail. Yeah, look up another. Don't mess with another monkey's monkey. It's a fun little. That's what we need. We need a promo for those stories. That's just cool. Other than that, like I said, Steve, have a safe trip now. I'm heading to Lumber City, Georgia, down here, and it's raining pretty good. So, not good for a load of shavings. Other than that, this Chevy guy. Over and out.
Over and out. Thank you for checking in. All right. Somebody, who was it earlier? Was it Meade or Arnold that brought up the whole the challenge we talked about a week or so ago? It was the Ford electric truck, the F-150 Lightning versus a GMC internal combustion engine vehicle. They went through the pros and the cons. And that scenario bore out. It didn't do well. The F-150, the fully charged battery, when they were hauling a trailer, didn't get anywhere near the mileage that the computer said it would get. Just came across a similar story about a couple. I think this is from Western Journal this past day. Talking about the electric vehicles, they took a cross-country journey. How often did they have to stop in their all-electric pickup to make a cross-country road trip from Detroit to Los Angeles and back? Oh, boy. Sounds to me like it would have been the trip from hell. And we'll, again, break that down for you. Meanwhile, wide open lines at 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Friday. The defund the police. Remember, that was the bid. That was the rallying cry in 2020. Yeah, the summer of love, where we were watching cities around the country being destroyed and burning. The George Floyd protest, defund the police. Well, there's a number of cities around the country that actually proceeded to defund police. I think there's a bit of buyer's remorse. Would that be the answer? In the city of Seattle, for instance. Yeah, Seattle was plenty in the news during that summer of love, weren't they? They're begging for police officers now. Seattle's mayor announcing a $2 million plan to recruit more police officers to alleviate what has become what they're calling a crisis-level shortage of law enforcement. I mean, they're talking incentives like $30,000 for an officer to transfer to their city from somewhere else, $7,500 for new recruits, like a sign-on bonus. Since the summer of love, 2020, more than 400 Seattle police officers have resigned or retired. Now, they had at one point in time 1,300 officers in Seattle. It's now down to 954, according to the Seattle Times. We'll delve into that a bit more as well coming up. Yeah, defund the police, see what happens. And, oh, yeah, where are the crime levels in Seattle at the same time? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Bodies of migrants who died in a Texas tractor trailer has arrived in Mexico. This comes after days of preparation and donations to cover funeral costs. The investigation continues into the smuggling ring that ultimately abandoned the trailer of 53 migrants on the outskirts of San Antonio on a day temperatures neared 100 degrees. U.S. authorities have arrested 4 people, including the truck's driver. The head of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has directed agents to take several steps to protect the parental rights of immigrant detainees with underage children. This is all according to an agency memo that was published Thursday. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
There is a fentanyl problem.
Over the 4th of July weekend, Gadsden County in Florida reported 19 overdoses of fentanyl, 9 of which were fatal. Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio says the amount of fentanyl being smuggled across the border deserves more attention. He also shares with Fox and Friends his reaction to the overdoses in Gadsden.
They had a mass casualty event, over a dozen, maybe 2 dozen young people, contaminated drugs that were used, and they had this massive fentanyl overdose problem over the weekend there. It's a horrifying crisis.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Italian Premier Mario Draghi offered to step down Thursday after a populist coalition ally refused to support a key government bill. But the nation's president rejected the resignation. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A federal judge temporarily halted a subpoena demanding testimony from South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham in a Georgia special grand jury investigation into former President Donald Trump's behavior after losing the 2020 election. Graham filed a motion earlier on Wednesday in the U.S. District Court in South Carolina in an effort to avoid testifying about Trump's efforts to overturn the state's 2020 election results. Graham's subpoena calls for him to be available to appear before the special grand jury on August 2nd. 2 teens have been charged with third-degree murder after security footage went viral, showing a group fatally beating a Philadelphia man to death with traffic cones. The 73-year-old died in the hospital a day after the June 24th beating, police say. The 14-year-old boy and girl arrested have both been charged as adults. It is unclear whether the other children captured on security footage, which totals 7, will face similar charges. 2 people were bitten by a shark within hours of each other off the coast of New York, making it the 4th and 5th shark attacks off of Long Island in 2 weeks. Scientists cite warming ocean temperatures and a resurgence of bunkerfish for the shift in sightings. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, as we get our final hour off and rolling here this Friday morning. I think it's just becoming more and more clear that for the electric vehicle crowd, yeah, if you live 20 miles from work, 30 miles from work, I guess, something like that. Go back and forth to work on a charge a couple times a week. If you're going to take a road trip, as the case was for this couple, it becomes the proverbial trip from hell. Now, from one charging station to the next charging station, fast chargers, as they call them, one might be faster than the other. All right, so while the politicians are pushing, come on, buy your electric car, the story took place as the couple decided to try out their brand new Rivian R1T. That's an all-electric pickup truck with a starting price at a whopping $79,500. Yes, an $80,000 pickup truck. Let's make a cross-country trip from Detroit to Los Angeles and back. So the journey was documented on their Instagram account. The expedition, it's almost 2,700 miles round trip, 27 charging stops. According to Car and Driver's specs, Car and Driver magazine, this vehicle, the R1T, has a 314-mile range on a full charge, which that doesn't sound too bad, right? That's when you're not towing anything. Of course, many Americans, indeed, if you've got a pickup truck, do tow things. It's not an absurd demand for a pickup to be able to do that. They were pulling their Ford Mustang Shelby GT on a flat-deck car hauler trailer. Now, total weight, including the Rivian, the couple, their luggage, and the loaded trailer, came out to 14,260 pounds. The approximate weight of the loaded trailer was a bit over 6,000 pounds. That's a standard load to tow. First leg of the trip, they logged nearly 2,000 miles from Los Angeles to Sikeston, Missouri, with 20 stops to charge the Rivian. That's an average of 100 miles between charging stops. On the second leg, they traveled 695 miles, stopping 7 times to charge up. Again, 100 miles between charging stops. The journey, they say, was obviously very painful. They spent an estimated 10 to 20 hours charging their Rivian during the cross-country trip. Some pit stops were better than others. Fast chargers are able to charge at 150 kilowatts or even up to 350 kilowatts. But the couple said one charger with a low output of just 30 kilowatts, according to the Fast Lane truck. Not only this, but they had to either take up the entire charging station area sideways, park with the trailer hanging far out, or even unhitch and leave the trailer until the truck was charged again. This hair-pulling story of a road trip just highlights the issues facing electric vehicles. Never mind the fact that the average electric car is $56,000. They do not work as efficiently as a gas-powered vehicle. And meanwhile, the liberal politicians, of course, will refuse to let up on their push to get us to drive electric vehicles. The technology is not there. And while politicians in D.C. may not understand this, these trucks are not ready for real-world use, according to the Journal. Well, good morning, blind man.
Good morning, Steve. Well, we got an interesting race for governor on the Republican side here in Maryland. Dan Cox is the conservative. I heard him being interviewed yesterday on WCBM. He handled himself very well, and he did not go after Kelly Schultz, the rhino who's running against him. He just said her policies are just as bad as Lockdown Larry. That's our governor. And he was interviewed again by Rob Carson on his show. He mentioned, Cox mentioned a rally in Frederick, and a lot of people showed up. And Donald Trump called in and said, you got to vote for this guy. And meanwhile, I'm getting 10 calls from Kelly Schultz, robocalls, telling me that I might as well throw my vote away because a Democrat would easily win over Dan Cox.
Really?
Yeah. The Republicans are outnumbered. I don't even know. I think the last time I heard it was 3-1, 4-1. And I'm hoping that we have a chance to elect Dan Cox. Our primary is the 19th. Yesterday was the last day for early voting, and according to Dan Cox's people, a lot of Republicans came out and voted for the guy. What I'm afraid may have happened or will happen, I think a lot of Democrats, the troublemakers, will switch and vote Republican in the primary and then go back and re-register as Democrats again. So anyway, that's what's going on. And the variant, this latest variant, let's call it the plandemic, P-L-A-N-demic, because what scares me is they're going to try and shut down the country just in time for the midterms.
I begin to wonder, blind man, as we hear about, that they're talking this new Omicron sub-variant, and we just found another variant in India. Can't help but wonder if they're going to start talking about going back to lockdowns. And, well, you think they're just trying to open the box for more of these mail-in ballots like they did in 2020 and the drop boxes in cities all over the country so people don't have to come in contact with others to get COVID.
Yeah, that's what their plan is. And I hope this time people will say, hell no, we're not going to go through this again. My fiance says if they try to lock down, she's still going to come and see me no matter what. I'm just on pins and needles wondering, what's going to happen down the road.
Yeah.
I had trouble getting you this morning. Lady A got the stupids and kept telling me I wanted to hear music. I said, no, play Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive, and she finally got it. Is there another way to tell Lady A to get your show without having to repeat over and over again? Play Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive.
Boy, that's Alexa, obviously. Yes. That's just so she has a hard time understanding you, apparently.
Sometimes she does. I wish there was another way I can tell her to play your show. But I did get through finally. It took me 5 minutes, but I finally got through.
Interesting. Come on, Alexa, get it together, dummy.
Yeah, I cursed her out, and I said, damn it, I want to hear Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, and she started playing music.
Did she play Don't Mess with Another Monkey's Monkey?
No, I don't know what she played. After she started playing music, I said, no, damn it, play Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Oh, I hope Heatwave's wife, Teresa, is doing okay. I called him yesterday, and Eskimo Mom was on there, I think, and Chevy Guy. So I hope she's doing okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed, like I said, she stopped by, and I did. You're talking, did you say neighbor Dave's wife?
No, it was Heatwave, Eskimo Mom, Chevy Guy, and the guy up in Michigan, can't think of, Country Bumpkin.
Well, I know Heatwave. I haven't heard from Heatwave. He hasn't called this morning, but I did share an email that they did the scope thing, I guess the colonoscopy thing yesterday, and I guess the ulcers, as he said, were gone, and she's still got a bit of pain, but things are going to heal up. And at that point, he said she's scheduled to be discharged from the hospital today. So hopefully the remaining pain goes away in short order. But that was good news that things were looking a whole lot better after the test there. Our number, 844-844-3388 on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Lebron Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, no question in my mind. Who wants to be in law enforcement in a city like Seattle in this day and age? Yeah, one of those bright, shining examples. The riots in the streets. Since 2020, more than 400 officers have resigned or retired. And the mayor now says, guess what? We cannot deliver the effective public safety, swift response times, and thorough investigations that our communities deserve without a well-staffed, well-trained police department. Staffing is at crisis levels. But we also have in front of us an opportunity to restore and rebuild a Seattle Police Department that lives up to our highest values and standards. We need the right number of officers and the right kind of officers. What's the right kind of officer? Now, that announcement, here you go. After 3 years of cuts to the police budget by the city council members, they slashed almost 20% from the 2021 budget, and last year voted by a 8-1 to cut police funding by more than $7 million for this year's budget. You know, you get what you wish for. In 2020, the then police chief announced her retirement after the city council voted to cut nearly $4 million from the police department's 2019-2020 budget. The council rebalanced the budget amid the calls to defund the police in the wake of the protest following George Floyd. Now, Harrell in his press conference said he wants the right number of officers and the right kind of officers. It crosses racial lines. It crosses socioeconomic lines that people want to feel safe. They have the right to feel safe. Well, why are they not feeling safe, Mr. Mayor? You did it to them. You and your city council did it to your citizens. They don't feel safe. My job is to promote the goodness of Seattle, he says. That's what I do. I'll continue talking to officers, talking to the people in the city. We're not going to give up. But you did it. You think the criminals don't pay attention to the news? You think the criminals don't realize that there's not enough officers out there? You make a call, but they're all occupied. The response time, why not commit more crime? And I'm not sure about Seattle, but if Seattle, which appears to like to take a lot of note from California, if they've got their hands-off approach when it comes to jailing criminals, 24 hours and they're out, just back on the street to commit more crimes, that's even more incentive. All right, Gilligan's on board. Hey there.
Hey, good morning there, Steve. Hey, yeah, I wonder why crime keeps going up and up and up, and you got less police officers. You've got less penalties for the criminals that commit these crimes. I mean, look at the shoplifting bit. You said if it's one area, it's under $1,000, they'll not even prosecute it.
Yep.
These people have no brains. I'm telling you, they're like the Scarecrow for the Wizard of Oz. What do you think? That's crazy.
That's
Sorry,
a great example. Yeah. Well, at least you said from the Wizard, not like our Scarecrow, but like the Wizard of Oz. Yes.
No, not like our Scarecrow. No, Scarecrow's got a brain. Yeah, he's a big GMA Enterprises customer, so we know he's got a brain. Hey, Steve, I figured you'd get a kick out of that story I sent you about that supposed math quiz. I figured you'd take it as tongue-in-cheek. I'm with you. That does sound like something from the Babylon Bee or something.
Yeah, the Onion or something. I mean, the rest of that particular site looked like it was pretty much legitimate Hollywood kind of news. So, hell, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was looking at, and I'm feeling like, I can't be right. There's no way that any teacher would write that stuff out and give it as an assignment, a quiz. That's just that. Not even in this screwed up world we live in today. I don't see that happening. Like, I know this has been talked about before, but how about that deal? Did you get the other story I sent you about them adding to the defense bill or something about looking for white supremacists and neo-Nazis in the ranks, send the FBI in on them?
And I know that's from a legitimate website, the Western Journal. That is a true. I haven't delved into that really yet.
Yeah, it's. I got a question. This is the biggest question: who decides who's a white supremacist or a neo-Nazi? Because we know that in some circles, if you're a Trump supporter, you're automatically a white supremacist / neo-Nazi. Or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
If you just support this country, you're a white supremacist. That I do not support any form of racism. I don't care what it is. When I was growing up in my area, I'm sorry to say, the Klan was still very active. In fact, there was a Klan rally when I was. I mean, there was Klan activity. A member of my church comes to my house one day, and we're standing there talking in the yard, and he's trying to talk up the Klan this. I looked at him. I said, I have absolutely no use for him. Never will. Well, you don't know the Klan. Oh, yes, I do. I know the Klan is. I said, they give examples of what had happened in my area. Well, now he won't speak to me. So,
well, you think, right?
his loss. You know, I could care less. You know, it's crazy. I've seen the ugly side of racism, and it's sad. And unfortunately, this may be a little controversial, but it goes both ways. There's racist and all racist. I don't care what anybody says. I've seen that too. I've witnessed it. I'm sure you have too.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. It's not a one-way street. Yeah, racism knows no color, per se. And we're up to news break there, bottom of the hour. We'll take care of that. And it is 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning. So we are getting close. We're in July. But less than 4 months away from the election, the midterms. Will you have confidence that, unlike what many feel occurred in 2020, that there were shenanigans going on as far as an accurate ballot count? You think anything has changed? Will you feel more secure for the midterms versus what we witnessed in 2020? Yeah, latest numbers say a majority actually are confident that there will be an accurate ballot count in the midterms. We'll break down the numbers coming up here ahead on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Bodies of migrants who died in a Texas tractor trailer has arrived in Mexico. This comes after days of preparation and donations to cover funeral costs. The investigation continues into the smuggling ring that ultimately abandoned the trailer of 53 migrants on the outskirts of San Antonio on a day temperatures neared 100 degrees. U.S. authorities have arrested 4 people, including the truck's driver. The head of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has directed agents to take several steps to protect the parental rights of immigrant detainees with underage children. This is all according to an agency memo that was published Thursday. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Lebron Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back in hour number 1, I shared the story of a Bigfoot sighting along the Miami River in southwest Ohio this past day. One guy got some decent photographs. It's probably somebody dressed up in a monkey suit, if you ask me. And they said, attention researchers around the Cincinnati-Dayton portion of Ohio, the Little Miami River Bike Trail west of Fort Aitken. This is a separate story from what I shared earlier. Yes, this is from a couple of days ago, actually. Sighting of a Sasquatch crossing the bike trail in the direction of the river, about 4:30 p.m. 2 witnesses, a mother and daughter. Daughter's 12 years old. Mother is a full-time geriatric nurse. On her days off, she'll ride the trail with her daughter. They said they got within less than 100 feet away. It was only a few seconds duration time, describing it as upright on 2 legs, tall, thick, long arms swinging, a solid black color, and a texture like a bear, a flowing walk, not running. The daughter saw it better than the mother, but both saw it and reacted to it. Okay. Yeah, boy, look out. Bigfoot's on the loose again. Who's out there in their monkey suit? Could be Big Moose dressed up in a monkey suit for that matter. He would fit the description. All right, most voters in both parties and even independents in a recent poll say they're fairly confident that their ballots will be accurately tallied in the upcoming midterms. Survey conducted by the Morning Consult on behalf of the Bipartisan Policy Center showing Democrats tend to be a bit more confident than Republicans, but most voters in both parties are either very or somewhat confident in the accuracy of the upcoming ballot count. 85% of Democrats are confident. Now, further down, they break it as to 62% of Democrats are very confident, 23% are somewhat, 9% are not too confident, there's just 2% not at all confident. 32% of Republicans are very confident. Now, that's much lower. It's 30% lower than Democrats see. Yeah, 32% of Republicans are somewhat confident. 21% not too confident. And there's 10% of the Republicans that are not at all confident. Now, for the independents out there, they're pretty much more in line with the Republicans. 36% are very confident, 27% somewhat, 17% of independents not too confident, and 9% not at all confident in the accuracy of the vote coming up for the midterms. All right, back to the phones here. Eskimo Mom is on board. Happy Friday, Eskimo. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Mike, what day is it for you, Eskimo Mom?
It's hump day.
Right?
That's what happens when your week starts on a Tuesday instead of a Sunday.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry to hear of your loss, and hopefully the funeral service down there in Nashville goes very, very well for you.
Thank you.
But I just wanted to give you a little heads up. They've got over there on 75 and 71. They do have some construction work, but most of the time they're doing it at night. The only trouble spot would be right around where the 265 and 71 are coming together. They are doing a road widening project, and there's a couple areas that gets a little narrow down through there right now.
Yeah.
But if you do Google Maps and 75 to 71 is not working for you because you got a lot of red, there's an alternate route to get to Louisville, and it may take a little bit longer, but it keeps you out of a lot of that traffic, and it's a 275 around to take 50 west over there by Lawrenceburg, Rising Sun, that area. Take 50 west to 421 over there in Versailles, Indiana. Take that south to 62 down around Madison, I think it's Madison, Indiana, and then follow 62 west, and that takes you right over there to 265 on the north side of Louisville, exit 10. And all you have to do is you can go west to 65 or go east and cross the river and then go all the way around to 65 to the south side and just avoid all the inner traffic around Louisville.
All right. Well, thank you much, Eskimo Mom. You heard anything about the Sasquatch sightings up there?
No, I haven't. But my mom but then too when he said it was like kind of like black and like kind of a black like hulking thing. I'm kind of wondering if there is a black bear that's meandered its way up into Southwest Ohio.
And that's
I know every now and then you get every now and then we get juvenile bears that come up that our way, or at least closer to you than it is for me.
Yeah, it's kind of like what? I guess it's almost like the halfway point between Cincinnati and Dayton up there. What was the name of it? Some the Morgan's River area, the camping area or something.
Doesn't ring a bell with me, but I'm not too familiar down with that general direction.
Yeah. Okay. Well, supposedly the mother and daughter thing said it's definitely not a bear, but I don't know. I mean, there's some community up there in the Northeast that has a bear that actually does indeed walk around on its, on his hinds, and yep, could be a bear. 16 before the hour. See what's going on with Egg Roll Lo Mein. Happy Friday, Egg Roll.
Oh, hello, Mr. Steve Summer, Overnight Drive Nation. I have been the upcoming election. We're back at it, Steve. We got the big truck. We got the mail-in ballots all loaded up. We're going to every cemetery between here and Timbuktu, writing down all those names for the Democrats. And remember, it's not who casts a vote, it's who counts a vote. So, we're going to close them polls down about 9 o'clock, and then I'll bring the truck in, and we win again. So, ha-ha.
Oh, boy. So now you say you got a semi this time? Yeah, we've bumped up in the world. We were in a box truck in 2020.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we can't leave nothing to chance, Steve Summer. We got big truck, 53-footer. 53-footer. Cramp plumb full. We got over 2 million ballots in this thing. We're gonna make Barack Obama election look like nothing next time. Well, we gotta blow it up.
Big win for the Democrats.
Okay, I eastbound down. Go bye-bye.
All right, have a great weekend, and thank you for checking in. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. I just got your email there, Terry. And that is not Canadian Terry. There's more than one Terry. This is Terry from the USA. He said, did you ever get around to why Gavin Newsom was at the White House on Wednesday? I could have swore I printed that story up. From memory, apparently there was some sort of an award presentation for the state of California taking place in D.C. So that's why he was there to receive or accept the award on behalf of the state of California. And I guess, for whatever reason, I guess just made a pit stop, just to, stop by for a visit there at the White House. Yeah, even though the president had left the previous day for Israel, and of course today heads to Saudi Arabia. I think they said he actually did meet the First Lady. He met Jill and several members of Congress, congressional members, while he was there in D.C. But it heightens the speculation about is Gavin Newsom going to toss his hat in the ring for a potential run in 2024? I have a sneaky suspicion he's just trying to get the ball rolling, get things started for a 2024 run. So hope that answers your question. Meanwhile, we got an update this past day. We recall the crash, the horrific crash that killed. It was a van carrying golfers from New Mexico, the college there. 9 were dead. The original report was that the 13-year-old son supposedly was driving that pickup truck that ran into that van. The National Transportation Safety Board now says, no, it was the father, not the 13-year-old, that was driving the pickup truck that crossed into the oncoming lane, striking that van. The National Transportation Safety Board, 2 days after the March 15 collision, said that their early findings suggested the 13-year-old was behind the wheel. I guess further investigation has now got them convinced that it was the 38-year-old father who was driving. Toxicology tests showed the presence of methamphetamine was in the father's blood as well. And I said it was very difficult investigating to determine some of the facts because of the catastrophic nature of the damage and the post-crash fire. Siemens and his son died in that crash along with 6 members of the men's and women's golf teams and their coach that was driving the van. Now, I said they're still analyzing the toxicology report, and although they know methamphetamine can affect your driving performance, too early to make it a solid determination whether that was actually a contributing factor to the crash. Remember, initially they had said they had blown out a steer tire that they believe had led to their crossing the center line there. He said it'll probably be sometime nearly a year from now before they get a final report from the National Transportation Safety Board. Who we got? Is that Renegade?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Happy Friday, Renegade.
Hey, I was listening to the podcast yesterday, and Kentucky Ken was talking about things he's seen on the road. I seen something really funny. I was driving down the highway, and this kid was in the back window, pumping his arm, trying to get you to honk your horn. So I honked the horn. The lady in the passenger seat about jumped out of her skin, and she come across that seat, started beating the tar out of that little boy.
Really?
I turned. She quit beating on him. He jumped right back up in the back window, pumping his arm, just laughing. I thought, if I do it again, she'll kill him.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was probably one of the funniest things I've seen. So Also on Heat Wave's Camaro, I think I know what's wrong with it. He's been driving that thing so long, it's like an old man, at least the carbon blowed out of it. Had a yellow driver driving it so long. So. But that's all I got.
Hey, thanks for checking in, Renegade. Good to hear from you. Don't be such a stranger. Yep, it was August of last year, the last time Renegade checked in. Nearly a full year has passed. Don't be such a stranger, eh? Quick, couple more minutes here and update on, I heard in the headlines during our final news break yesterday morning that they're actually talking impeachment for the Attorney General. He should have been out a long time ago, Merrick Garland. I mean, he's the guy, Homeland Security, Attorney General. He's doing nothing. You got Mayorkas. He should be gone. Impeachment is not out of the question for Merrick Garland, according to the report this past day. Jim Jordan of Ohio said, I think everything's on the table, but first things first. First, we win back the majority in Congress in November. Main thing is we've got to take the message to the American people. Do not get overconfident in campaigning. Again, as we shared last evening as well, polls are showing, regardless of this mentality that the red wave or the red tsunami is coming, recent polls are showing it's going to be a pretty damn tight race in many of these Democrat versus Republican come this November. Now, once the voters give the majority back to the House, then I think everything should be on the table. Now, he pointed out there is a section of the U.S. Code that prohibits picketing or parading outside of a judge's or a jurist's home in an attempt to sway the case. Now, that had been going on ever since the leak of that draft about Roe versus Wade came out, and even more so after the final word came down from the Supreme Court. And right now, the Attorney General is refusing to prosecute any of these protesters, which confirms something I think that's pretty scary. We now have one of the key agencies in the executive branch that's joining in the effort to intimidate a separate, equal branch of the government, the judicial branch. I mean, it's scary when that kind of stuff goes on. And that's certainly what this looks like. So this is one of those reasons I think so many people have concerns. So, yeah, we've been saying we've got people that have been locked up after January 6th a year ago, still locked up, and they're refusing to do anything about trying to intimidate Supreme Court justices outside their homes, which there are laws on the books stating you can't do that. Somebody's picking sides, aren't they? We'll close it out there on a Friday morning, so thank you so much for hanging out with us. And, of course, yes, I'll be back here on not Sunday night, but Monday night into Tuesday morning as we get the new week started. Have a safe weekend, and we'll see you then. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.